over 62,000 acres strong. Beyond the number of acres and the number of dollars, there is a story of Utah Open Lands. It is a story of community, of landowning families. It's about what sustains us, what connects us, what rejuvenates us. In times of crisis, the story has become about how these lands are a place to retreat and restore. They are a beacon of hope, not just because of the collective conservation achieved, but because they reflect the best of our intentions for one another, for our communities, for our world, and for the generations to come.
After months of waiting, waterfowl hunting season is finally upon us. There's an air of excitement as you dust off the spread of decoys, pull out the duck call, put on your camo, check your shotgun, grab some shells, and load up the truck at man's best friend. The glorious marsh is calling. The lake is a magnet for migratory waterfowl because its 400,000 acres of wetlands comprise the largest remaining wetland ecosystem in the American West and one of the most important bird habitats in the Western Hemisphere. The lake's wetlands support 8 to 10 million migratory birds from 230 species, which travel from every country in the Americas. Some gather in larger numbers than anywhere else on the planet. 35 species of waterfowl rely on the Great Salt Lake wetlands, including 1 million northern pintails, 600,000 green-winged teal, 75% of all the tundra swans in the United States, 375,000 mallards, 60,000 ruddy ducks, plus cinnamon teal, gadwall, redheads, common goldeneyes, Canadian geese, and the list goes on and on. But now the lake's wetlands are in trouble. Upstream diversions of the lake's water sources have reduced the lake's size to just 48% of its average volume, and it is near its lowest level ever recorded. Even more worrisome is a massive new proposed water diversion on the Bear River. The Bear River is the largest water source entering the lake, supplying 60 to 70% of the lake's surface water. A Salt Lake County water supplier wants to divert the Bear River to provide lawn water for Wasatch Front residents, and the agency has poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into lobbying the Utah legislature for the project. This massive diversion would lower the lake several more feet and dry up tens of thousands of acres of wetlands, impacting the millions of birds that depend on the lake to survive. Waterfowl hunters travel to the Great Salt Lake from all over, braving the cold weather to launch their boats and set their decoys up on the lake for the experience of a lifetime. But with the Bear River and the Great Salt Lake now under siege, are hunters prepared to face a harsh new reality? Unless we take immediate action, the waterfowl that rely on the Great Salt Lake could soon have nowhere to land and hunters nowhere to hunt. It's time to stop the Bear River diversion from drying up our wetlands and the waterfowl habitat these wetlands support. The Utah Rivers Council is working to stop the Bear River diversion, and we've been advocating for the Bear River at the Utah legislature for many years.
Thank you very much, Madam Cheryl. My name is Nick Scow. I'm the Conservation Director for Utah Rivers Council.
We need your help to save the wetlands and waterfowl of the Great Salt Lake before they become a distant memory. Please help us. Visit SaveTheBearRiver.org.
Live PC, Give PC Day, you sort of get the sense that, yeah, your dollar really matters when you really weigh in and go, wow, look at all these things that are happening because I can give some funds to support this.
The more you give, the more you take. Without love, we fade away.
Cool.
So get up and go.
Animals are like superheroes. Bats can fly through the air, dolphins can dive thousands of feet and not get blood clots, bears can hibernate and not get diabetes, and the answer to how they do that is through nature. And nature's already figured out the solution. So we can make medicines, many medicines, to help patients all over the world based on the remarkable superpowers of these animals.
Our grandson Jake was diagnosed with cancer, osteosarcoma, when he was 12. And of course, that was a monumental moment in all of our lives. At that point, we became very aware of cancer and how it impacted people. The thing I loved about the very first time I heard Josh speak, we were so drawn to him because Josh is all about hope. He's all about working towards finding a cure for cancer, but he does it with such optimism and such commitment and just provides hope. And that's really what you want at certain stages of finding out that a loved one has cancer. You just want to know that there's somebody out there doing something that's going to make a difference.
Everybody has a relative or a friend who has been affected by cancer, has been affected by disease, and we are actively seeking out researchers who are creating these new therapeutics based off of evolutionary medicine, which we know works in other species.
So there's so many pieces of the puzzle that we've got to put together to figure out how we can take what we learn from the animals and then introduce that as a treatment or a preventative measure for people that we just really need everyone's help.
There's so many types of cancer, obviously. The interesting thing about the lung is you can get multiple different types of lung cancer, and even though they're all arising in the lung, they're also different from each other, and we have to treat them differently.
The experiments that we're talking about take place over years and are very expensive to do. There is no way that we would be able to carry this forward without such generous support.
And that's where Closer to Cure Foundation comes in. They have been able to help support our research, to help support looking at nature, using technology to make these new medicines. Without their support, there's no way we would be able to move as fast as we're doing now.
I'm Trudy Oliver. I'm an associate professor in oncological sciences, and I'm Closer to Cure.
I'm Dr. Christian Kahn-Yost. I'm a neonatologist and neutrophil biologist, and I'm Closer to Cure.
I'm Laurie Eastwood, and I'm Closer to Cure.
I'm Dr. Lisa Abeglin, and I'm Closer to Cure.
I'm Gareth Mitchell, and I am Closer to Cure.
I am Dr. Joshua Schiffman, and I am Closer to Cure.
My name is Deanna Rhodes, and I am the Executive Director for Connect Summit County.
Hi, I'm Wendy with Connect Summit County.
Hey there, my name is Betty Morin.
Hi, I'm Rachel Reddick.
Hi, I'm Linda.
Our mission is to create a well-informed, stigma-free community with access to mental health resources for everyone. Mental health is just part of our nature.
Changes in mental health are just part of my nature.
Changes in my mental health are just part of my nature.
Changes in my mental health are just part of my nature.
You know, mental health is a part of our nature. And one of the ways that I like to stay connected to my nature is spending time outside.
I connect to my nature by moving my body with love and kindness.
The way I like to connect to my nature is I like to read.
I connect to my nature by doing art projects like painting.
I connect with my nature by spending time with my dog, Emma.
How do you connect to your nature? I'm Amber Raleigh, co-founder of Grow Community Cafe. We are a pay-as-you-can-afford plant-based food truck launching this year to help create social equity through food. We are so excited to be part of Live PC, Give PC this year. Happy 10-year anniversary. What you guys have done for the community has just been mind-blowing, especially this year with us participating, seeing the momentum and the resources and the staff and the collaboration between all the nonprofits and the community has been truly a unique experience for us to be part of it. We look forward to being part of them in the future as well. We believe at Grow Community Cafe and our food truck that everyone deserves to have a nutrient-dense food. So we've set it up where for just $5, someone can have a nutrient-dense food in our community who needs it. And the food insecurity as a result of COVID has really increased, not only in our community, but all across America. We are grateful that we are in a food truck so that we can take meals to people if they need it. We can go to the communities that need that food security through a nutrient-dense meal. So we have many other things that we do as well, but this is the one we're most excited about, and that is coming to the community as soon as possible. Thank you, Live PC, Give PC. Thank you to all the donors, the nonprofits, and everyone who make this event so incredibly special.
1.1 billion people are visually impaired simply because they need glasses, something that is preventable. That's not just internationally. We're suffering the same circumstances, and we want to do our part to help quell that. We had learned from McPullen School, through the school nurse, that there were 9 students who were failing in reading, struggling, simply because they didn't have glasses. So we arranged for an on-campus clinic in January of 2020. Over 100 people came. So we were serving students at Jeremy, at the high school, at Ecker, and we just saw that we have a monstrous need in our community. There's been recent administrative code changes in the state of Utah, which says that every student, if they're under the age of 9, they must come to the school with a vision certification. There's a lot of families who don't have the capacity to take their child to the doctor simply for a vision exam. Our intention is to be on campus at registration so that any student who doesn't come with the certification, we will give them an exam. Because what the alternative has been in the schools is we'll just have them opt out. Opting out is not serving the child's vision needs. We're also intending to start next year to see all of the preschool students in the local schools and do vision screenings for them. We will have special devices which we need to purchase that can use photography to look in the child's eyes to find out whether or not they're seeing clearly. Really what we're intending to set up is a 2-part function of it. One is to provide screenings within a 3-year rollout to all students in the Park City School District area from 3 years old all the way up to 3rd grade. And if any student fails part of the screening, they are either referred out to a family doctor, or if the child has no access to a doctor, we will then provide a clinic for the children. Our current intention is to have a clinic on each elementary school campus. Another intention of ours is to have a mommy me / daddy and me clinic. It may be a fabulous outreach for parents who potentially need the same care but haven't had the opportunity to have it. We already know prior to COVID, we had massive numbers of students who needed some help. That's only going to increase. We don't have to go far to find very serious need. 3 in 50 kids in Park City School District potentially need glasses and can't afford them. We really need to step up and address it and give all of our students the same chance.
Live Like Sam supports youth from diverse backgrounds to develop a healthy sense of self-identity, character, purpose, and connection to community by fostering positive well-being through educational programming and mental fitness initiatives. Our mission is to help our youth be the best physically, emotionally, and mentally in their life and sport while helping them develop strong personal character, ethics, and values. Also, meaningful scholarship programs rewarding our youth for demonstrating healthy and positive sense of self, identity, sense of purpose, character, and connection to community. And finally, a world-class network of partners committed to helping young athletes develop character on and off the podium. As is written on Sam's memorial bench, high in the mountains of Park City, Utah, live in the moment, dream big, laugh often.
This is Jackson. Jackson is 8 years old and was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumor. Doctors initially disregarded his symptoms, but they eventually progressed, and he lost function of the right side of his body. He has worked hard to rehabilitate himself through physical therapy and has been through medical trials, chemotherapy, and so many doctor visits. Jackson is not the only one affected by his diagnosis. His parents, Kelly and Greg, and his older sister, Claire, have felt the emotional challenges as well. It's hard for people in this situation to get to enjoy just being together as a family. This is one of the reasons Mountain Moments was created. We are located in Park City, Utah, and still in close range to the local children's hospital. On this trip, the Preston family got to enjoy a weekend in Park City, snowshoeing, skiing, took a sleigh ride, played games, sat in the jacuzzi, and had dinner made by a dietitian nutritionist. And after the family getaway, Jackson found out some amazing news. His tumor shrunk.
Hi, I'm Katie.
And I'm Carly.
I'm a PC native and have always wanted to give back to my community. I'm also in love with the profession of health and love our mission.
With your support, we can help to better more lives, host more family wellness getaways, amputee rehabilitation camps, and help families who have financial difficulties receive therapy for their children.
Thank you so much for your consideration and donations.
We would not be able to do this without your support. Mountain Moments is truly grateful for you and your generous donations.
Hi, my name's Clark Gallo, and I'm with Park City Ski and Snowboard School. One of my favorite times of the year is when I get to work with SOS, Snowboard Outreach Society. And the reason I love working with them so much is it's so important that we can get every member of our community out on snow and enjoying this amazing resource we have. So this November, join me and Vail Epic Promise for Live PC, Give PC, so we can help out every nonprofit in our community.
Park City Community Foundation is devoted to making sure there's broad community impact on issues that matter. After two 13-year-old boys died from opioid use in 2016, the community was just shocked. People said, this can't happen again. How do we prevent this next time? When we heard that people were looking for a way to come together to fight substance abuse, to also address issues of mental health, we said, we're in a good place to help with that. We know some of the folks to bring together, and the ones we don't know, we can find. The first thing that we did was look for some of the key partners in the community that were already working on this issue. So we got early on in the room the Park City School District, the Summit County Health Department, Connect Summit County, and we were able to actually get a conversation started to change things.
1 in 5 people will experience a mental health challenge in their lifetime, and we have really brought it out to a community concern. We've normalized the conversation. The mission of Connect is to create a stigma-free community in Summit County, to provide access to existing resources in Summit County, and also to advocate for increased spending on behavioral health.
Connect evolved right around the same time that my
now 18-year-old son was hospitalized. He was in one hospital for 2 weeks, came out, was re-entered another hospital 3 days later, was in that hospital for 2 weeks, and then he ended up in the Utah State Hospital in Provo. So he was in the psychiatric hospital for 8 months. He's bipolar, and currently he's in a residential treatment program for 3 months. I had no idea what we were entering. It was so foreign to me. The fact that people from Connect had the same or similar situations was just, you can't even imagine how comforting it was to know that I had my community.
Connect is really the first organization that's been focused on advocacy for mental health, mental wellness issues, and that's making a big difference in raising awareness and actually creating readiness for change. Park City Community Foundation is proud to be able to support Connect directly through grants that we've made to them, and also by helping bring them to the table as one of the key partners in the Summit County Mental Wellness Alliance.
To know that they are working hard to expand services in this community, so that maybe my son can come back here and live a decent life if we have the services available for him.
Park City Community Foundation continues to impress me, their activism in this community, and that they want to create a collective impact. Without the Park City Community Foundation as our backbone, Connect would not be where it is today.
Seeing Ollie and others just embrace it with full spirit is really soothing, because I feel like I'm being taken care of.
I hope for the future that this community continues to rally around this cause and so many other causes to come, and that we can stand up for what's right and what's good and what's going to make this the best place it can be.
Beth, what in the world are you doing?
John, we've been so busy here at People's Health Clinic providing health care to all of our uninsured patients at no cost. And now we're even busier than ever with our COVID patients and everyone losing their jobs and their insurance. So I'm learning how to help you guys back here in the clinic.
Please help us at People's Health Clinic during Live PC, Give PC, so we don't have to rely on this.
What? Here at People's Health Clinic, we really do take healthcare seriously. Thank you for all your support during Live PC, Give PC.
Hi, I'm Delia Gonzalez. I work for People's Health Clinic. I'm the clinic coordinator. I love working for People's Health Clinic because I like to give back to People's Health Clinic what one time they were able to provide to my family when we were in need of health care. I also love taking care of the patient population that comes through our doors, the uninsured community, the community that is the backbone to everything that is involved in Park City area. On November 6th, please don't forget to donate to People's Health Clinic. Hola, mi nombre es Dalia González, soy la coordinadora de la Clínica de la Gente. Hoy me gustaría pedirles que por favor nos donen a la fundación de Live PC, Give PC. A mí me encanta trabajar para la Clínica de la Gente porque me gusta regresar lo que la Clínica de la Gente algún día me dio a mí y a mi familia. Me encanta poder cuidar de nuestros pacientes que son miembros de nuestra comunidad.
Hola, me llamo Josh. Soy el asistente coordinador de la Clínica de la Gente. Amo mi trabajo porque tengo la oportunidad de trabajar con la gente que son la fundación de esta comunidad en Park City. También trabajo con otras personas que entendimos el valor de los pacientes aquí y queremos que ellos viven unas vidas más sanas. Por favor, donate a la Clínica de la Gente and please donate to the People's Health Clinic.
Hi, my name is Haley. I'm a medical assistant here at the People's Health Clinic. I love working here because I'm surrounded by so many inspirational staff members and providers who genuinely care about their patients, and I love being able to create a positive change in my community. Please donate to the People's Health Clinic.
Hi, my name is Patty Garcia. I work for People's Health Clinic. I am referral coordinator, and I love working at the People's Health Clinic. I love being part of keeping our community healthy. Please donate to the People's Health Clinic.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Flynn. I'm a PA and the Clinical Services Manager at People's Health Clinic. I love working here because I love helping people to be happy and healthy. Don't forget to donate to People's Health Clinic during Live PC Give PC.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Alvarez and I work here at the People's Health Clinic as a medical receptionist. What I love about working here is just our staff and how we take care of all our patients, and I think that's what makes us at People's Health Clinic a great place to come.
Hi, I'm Nina and I am the business manager here at People's Health Clinic. I've been doing this job for 13 years now, and I've seen so much growth in this clinic, and it's just so amazing to every day work with a team of such compassionate people and serve the uninsured of Summit and Wasatch County. But we can't do it without donations from you, so donate today.
Hi there, my name is Karen Urankar, calling out to all my friends and neighbors in Summit County and Wasatch County, asking for your support for the People's Health Clinic this year for Live PC, Give PC. Of course, we need your support every year, but this year more than ever. We've been providing care for thousands of our community members as their primary medical home for years. But this year with the pandemic, there are so many who've lost their jobs or lost their benefits, and they really need to have that basic health care that is so important to all of us. As a former volunteer and current board member, I see firsthand the life-saving and life-changing work that the caring and compassionate staff at the clinic provide. It really is humbling to me that we live in a community that cares so much for our own. These are our friends, these are our neighbors, these are the members of the community that make where we live such a wonderful place. So please join me. Your donations to the People's Health Clinic this year will make such a big difference in providing for all the healthcare needs of our patients, and I am humbled and privileged to be able to ask for your support for the People's Health Clinic. Thanks for all you do in this community as well. Bye.
Hola, yo soy Andrew, soy un asistente médico aquí en la Clínica de la Gente.
Hi, my name is Malin Sorensen and I'm a medical assistant here at the People's Health Clinic.
Amamos trabajar aquí como asistentes médicos porque es una buena oportunidad servir a la gente aquí en los condados de Summit y Wasatch, y es una buena oportunidad servir a los que necesitan ayuda médica y aquí en la comunidad.
We love working here as medical assistants because it gives us the chance to give back to the communities of Wasatch and Summit. And not only that, we get to serve those who need the medical help.
Así que por favor, done a la clínica. Cada dólar nos ayudará un montón.
Don't forget to donate to the People's Health Clinic.
Hello, my name is Yomira and I work here at People's Health Clinic as a medical receptionist in case management.
Hi, my name is Amy and I work as a medical receptionist here at the People's Health Clinic.
I like working here because I think we have a really amazing staff. I also like to help patients and whatever I can do for them.
I love working here because I love the staff that works here, and I also love how we care for our community. Please donate to People's Health Clinic.
Hi, I'm Rich Bullo, Director of the Summit County Health Department. I've been a member of the People's Health Clinic board for coming up on almost 9 years. And during that time, I've observed the critical role that they play in our community, providing services, including physical health, mental health, and others, to the uninsured populations of Summit County and Wasatch County. It truly is incredible work that they do. I've had an opportunity during this pandemic to really observe and appreciate just how dedicated they are to providing those services to those most in need in our community. They have been consistent in providing the services Even during times of shutdown, People's Health Clinic did not shut. They continued to provide those services that are so desperately needed. They've been at the forefront with respect to safety procedures, providing services in a safe manner, and making sure that our community stays healthy and safe. I encourage you to contribute to this very, very worthy cause. It's a remarkable thing that our community has People's Health Clinic to provide these services in such a selfless way. And it's also remarkable that our community steps up to continue funding the People's Health Clinic. It's important work, and any donation would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Armstrong, Executive Director of People's Health Clinic, and I'm so grateful that during Live PC, Give PC, we have so many generous donors that are willing to make donations to the clinic so that we can provide quality health care to the uninsured residents of Summit and Wasatch County. Because of you, we're able to keep our doors open, continue during this time of COVID, to see our patients and take care of all of their needs. Thank you for all of your help during Live PC, Give PC.
Hi, my name is Medalit Del Carpio. I am a community educator at Planned Parenthood, and I am honored this year to be running for the second time Teen Council in Park City.
Through Teen Council, teens get trained to become peer educators, and they become leaders and resources in their community. Teens also gain the skills to become advocates for themselves and for others, and to fight for health equity and social justice. And beyond the educational aspect, Teen Council helps teens expand their social network, and they can create and form friendships that will last a lifetime. Being part of this program has made me a better person. I have learned so much from my teens. Let's hear what they have to say.
I decided to join Teen Council because I believe that comprehensive and full sexual education is really important for every individual to have, and there's many important topics that people don't necessarily learn in their high school sexual education courses.
I support Teen Council because it has made my personal relationships way better, because now I know more about communication, and it's a great resource for young people, young teens, and I have educated myself more being in part of this program.
Hi, my name is Julia. I'm a senior at Park City High School, and I've been on Teen Council for the last 2 years. By donating to this program, you are helping us educate young people all across Utah about things like healthy relationships, consent, racial equity, and some of the most important things they'll ever learn in life. We would really appreciate your help doing that.
I support Teen Council because I want to educate my peers on sexual health information and just make sure that everyone is being as safe as possible. And if I can do that as their friend, I am so excited to be that person for them. And it's just a great space, it's a great environment, and I love learning with all of my friends.
You can support our cause by donating. We promise to continue the education through the good times and the bad times. Thank you for supporting Teen Council. We'll always be here for you.
Hello, I'm Jordan. My favorite thing about SOS is the fact that we get to go out and enjoy all the great things that come with living in Park City, like snowboarding and skiing. I also really like the fact that we learn important core values to better ourselves and be good people. What I'm most excited about for this season is that I get to go snowboarding with a lot of great people, and my favorite core value is courage, because being courageous means to be brave and overcome any and all obstacles, which takes a lot of courage and bravery. Thank you for having me this year, SOS.
favorite thing about SOS is that we get to provide connection for youth with their peers and other adults in the mountains.
Make your donation today to SOS Outreach to not only provide unique access to skiing and snowboarding for Park City's underserved youth, but also to support our social emotional learning curriculum to help kids transition the skills naturally learned on the mountain into their everyday lives.
UAC's mission is to save lives by keeping people on top of the greatest snow on Earth. We do that through avalanche forecasting, education, and awareness. And what we are is a combination. We're a partnership between the Forest Service and a nonprofit. Now, it all started back in 1939. Forest Service snow rangers were working up in Little Cottonwood Canyon, dealing with avalanches. From there, in 1979, the Forest Service started putting out avalanche forecasts to keep up with the growth of backcountry use.
Unfortunately, the funding available was not enough to cover the cost to run the Avalanche Center. So in 1990, the nonprofit Utah Avalanche Center was formed to bridge this gap and to protect the UAC from the annual variation in Forest Service funding.
Today, the UAC has a staff of about 14 folks. They're working across the state from Moab to Logan. About half are out in the field doing forecasting every day. The other half are doing on-snow education, Know Before You Go events, fundraising events, things like the Utah Snow and Avalanche Workshop, and other fundraising activities that makes it all possible.
I think there's just an endless opportunity to continue to grow and adapt to our users. Everything from online learning to how we give daily forecasts, which could be in social media or other forms of media in the future.
There are more people out in the mountains every single day getting out and having fun. The growth is explosive. It's going up every day. The rate of people getting hurt is going down, and that's what we're here for, and that's why we do this job, because we want folks to get home safe to see their families every day.
Avalanche education is the best way to learn how to avoid getting caught in an avalanche in the backcountry. This winter, the Utah Avalanche Center offered over 30 on-snow classes reaching 600 women and men. These classes teach students how to identify avalanche terrain, how to use their rescue equipment, how to interpret the avalanche forecast. But most importantly, these classes teach them how to put it all together and come home safe at the end of the day.
So here's the deal. A majority of our recent avalanche fatalities in the state of Utah have occurred outside of our forecast zones. What does that mean to us? Well, we need to increase our on-snow avalanche courses and our awareness programs, both in central, southern, and rural areas of Utah. This is going to help to bring awareness and education to those who have had limited opportunities to it in the past.
Hi, I'm Steve Akalis. I've been on the board of the Utah Avalanche Center for 8 years. I'm also the guy who makes the Wasatch backcountry skiing map. I'm a part-time patroller at Brighton, a backcountry skier, and the former commander of the Salt Lake County Search and Rescue Team. As a rescuer, I've responded to 11 avalanche fatalities. I'm certain that number would be a lot higher if it weren't for the Utah Avalanche Center. As a backcountry user, I rely on the avalanche forecast to help keep me and my partners safe. Do you know it costs almost $1 million to run the Utah Avalanche Center each year? And almost a third of that comes from individual donors like me. I donate my time, my money, all of the profits from the map to support the Utah Avalanche Center because I know they save lives.
Elevated Mountain Guides is a Utah-based nonprofit on a mission to expand outdoor access in Utah.
Elevated Mountain Guides in Utah, we have a couple programs right now running. We're really focusing on the Project Climb program.
Project Climb is focused on getting underserved communities, specifically kids, outside. Up until now, we've been doing a lot of the programs indoors, bringing kids into the gym, trying to help build confidence, get them to do something that they haven't otherwise done before. And through that, we build self-confidence, work on self-efficacy, and watch them grow.
I love rock climbing because I'm able to make a goal for myself and then achieve it. I love heights. I love to climb.
I like the feeling of going up there and not being scared of heights anymore. It feels good to get to the top because you feel like you accomplished something.
I love climbing here because it gets me off my electronics on my addiction. It gets my stress off at home.
The kids benefit from our program in a number of ways. And a lot of times it translates into the classroom. It translates into other activities that they do. Their counselors, their teachers, the people they interact with in the club will see that they're willing to try other things outside of their comfort zone.
We did have one small group go climbing outside in Uintas last summer, and they still talk about it regularly. It's something that they still cannot believe they did and that they were able to push themselves to do.
The growth potential is enormous.
The UCOR grant came from the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation. That grant has helped us to keep our programs free to participants. Right now, Project Climb is limited by our resources that we have. Some of the things that we're running up against is transportation, for example. Gear is another one of those barriers. Right now, we have a lovely partnership with Momentum and Black Diamond.
Our new partnership with Black Diamond, for instance, their employees are our mentors now. They're working with us to help expand this into the community through the climbing community. How awesome is that?
I love Elevated Mountain Guides because we're creating change not only in our participants, but within the communities that we serve at large.
I think this program helps kids challenge themselves, but also at the same time learn to respect themselves and their bodies in a new way.
The Utah Children's Outdoor Recreation Education Grant provides high-quality, outdoor-focused learning experiences to youth ages 6 to 18. UCOR complements the state's Every Kid Outdoors initiative, and our goal is to provide more opportunities so no child is left inside.
I really think it's important that people understand that this program isn't just about climbing. It's a way for people to connect, and it's a way for people to find their place within nature.
I wouldn't be climbing without Elevated Mountain Guides.
I love Elevated Mountain Guides because I love climbing. It's amazing.
One, two, three, yeah!
pedal.
They were friends back from elementary school, but they really became friends when they played rec league together. Adrian's really the reason Tanner likes soccer, to be honest. He wouldn't be playing on Park City Soccer Club, I don't think, if it wasn't for Adrian. They just want to be together nonstop. They're always playing.
This is the 15th annual Park City Extreme Cup tournament. We host boys and girls from 8 to 18.
Come on, Kate, get it! One of the organizations that we've had a really close relationship with is Park City Soccer Club. They received a grant from the Solomon Fund, and that has allowed more kids to participate in the program.
Park City Community Foundation has enabled Park City Soccer Club to reach many more of the Latino families in the community.
One vision that we have is that we would like all kids in Park City to have the opportunity to play sports. It's just a really great way to make friends. Come on, Kate!
We lived in LA and just the hustle and bustle of it and how dense it was and that traffic. So 2 years ago, we finally pulled the plug, came out here. The Park City Community Foundation was one of the first introductions when I got here. And I love the sense that there were so many nonprofits and that you could be a part of so many things because you were living in a smaller community.
One of the things that the Community Foundation does really well is nonprofit support.
Park City Community Foundation started to put together activities, registration events, all kinds of tools that we could then, as an organization in the community, take advantage of and reach more and more families.
What does social equity mean for a 7 or 8 year old? It just means that you can be on a soccer team that all the other kids are in.
We are creating an enduring philanthropic community to benefit all the people in Park City.
I don't really like the term giving back because I feel like if you're fortunate enough to be able to give, that you should just do it. You don't need something in return. But for kids, I feel like it helps them become better people.
My favorite part is seeing all kids in Park City being able to participate in sports and recreation. I mean, there's really nothing better than that.
Everything that the Community Foundation does is amazing. Putting money to work in a good way to help the kids mingling together better so that they're not thinking twice about color of skin or anything else. As far as Tanner knows, I mean, everybody's the same and they're all buddies and they just play and have fun together.
1, 2, 3, Park City!
I'm Mary Flynn Ware with Park City Mountain Ski and Snowboard School, General Manager. I've been involved with the National Ability Center for 22 years. I support Live PC, Give PC. Please join me, along with Vail Resort Epic Promise, in supporting our local nonprofits for our annual day giving in November. The National Ability Center provides joy and adventure for so many. Please help support our mission.
So why do you love to run?
Honestly, I like to run a lot just because I feel like I can clear up my head with even like if I'm stressed or I'm thinking about something and I just don't feel good. And if I get out and run, it makes me feel really good, calms me down, and kind of opens my mind. And I just relax and it feels amazing.
PCRC!
What's about running is like the community, everyone's so nice, and when you run, like you're not focused on anything but like finishing and accomplishing all your goals.
Part of coaching, especially Park City Running Club and running in general, is being able to give back to the sport that has made me who I am today, and of course shaping the youth.
Thank you, Live PC, Give PC!
I'm very excited to talk about expanding our Healthy Kearns initiative into a Healthy Communities initiative.
The young people that join our sports programs learn a really broad variety of things. Some of the biggest things that we are teaching, and hopefully that athletes leave our programs with, is kind of a better understanding of themselves, and kind of the ability to go out in the world and know the value that they bring to a situation.
We hope to expand this into the Heber Valley at Soldier Hollow and to the Olympic Park in Park City. These programs absolutely target young kids in elementary schools to help with kids who might not otherwise be able to do this, to join programs that we offer at these amazing Olympic venues.
It just gives me the option to actually ski. So it's great, it helps me for everything, so I can be on the team, so I can have a good coach.
Huge benefit, and really exemplifies a legacy that is still alive and well from the 2002 Olympic Games. The UOLF has really continued to keep the venues alive and really provided opportunities for youngsters in our community, and the money raised tonight will continue to provide that support and opportunity for not only, again, those athletes who are traditionally involved in sport, but those kids in our community who may not be able to afford it or even thought about being part of the sports that we offer.
It just feels great that somebody actually cares about you and wants you to become, so then you try harder.
It was a great chance to meet new kids my age and just meet some great teachers and learn some new things, as well as having a great time.
Well, I'm 10 years old. I really like to just mess around with my friends on the mountain if I'm not doing any competitions. Well, in the scholarship I wrote, I really wanted to learn how to do a backflip and slide rails better, and I accomplished those in this year.
Yeah, the scholarship program is invaluable to us. To have that financial burden lifted a little bit is huge for them, that they don't even have to think about that piece of it, and they can come to training every day, give their best, and then reach their goals, which in the end is what really makes all of us want to be here.
We hope through these efforts that people like Ruthie Reed will be able to expand this program to thousands of more kids.
This is my little friend here, Ruth Ann. She came through our programs, did a little bit of figure skating synchro before, was a little too fast for the rest of the members of the team. A great thing here with the community where we have learn to skate, learn to play hockey, and learn to speed skate classes. It's just been a treat to work with her. She is actually a scholarship recipient, which has allowed her to be here more. For those of you that are here tonight watching, I hope you can really grasp the impact that you have on skaters like Ruth Ann. Thank you for taking the first step and helping these kids thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your guys' support. Bye.
I'll be fine. I'll do it. Well, here goes something, I guess. I'm gonna jump.
Zia Terry epitomizes what we see every day here at the Olympic Park. Young athletes being faced with a big challenge.
Do you go faster on the in run?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Is it any steeper, do you think? Not much?
Same steepness, it's just longer.
Well, just longer. Just longer. Just a bigger 20, that's all.
Yep. Have
It's
fun.
a bigger 20. Go ahead. I got it. Okay. Here.
How long will you wait to be more
she herself makes the decision to go and to face her fears. And she'll use that skill for the rest of her life.
60 seems like nothing now.
And building those skills through effective programs that we offer is a hallmark of what our legacy is all about.
For a lot of the kids, it's a place to learn something new, to be with their friends, and to enjoy outdoor recreational sport.
Glad that we have we're able to actually like ski here and use this lift and train here.
It's really cool. It's giving us more space and more time.
I just want to say I really like the new UOP and it's done a lot for our team.
We love South Summit Trails.
Love those South Summit Trails. Yo!
We love South Summit Trails.
I love South Summit Trails. Come on out and join a work party. Great people, good fun, great trails.
I heart emoji at South Summit Trails.
I'm not sure if you guys have ridden a trail by South Summit Trails. Just look at this. Look at this. South Summit Trails is rad.
We love South Summit Trails.
We love South Summit Trails.
I love South Summit Trails.
South Summit Trails rocks.
We love South Summit Trails.
Hi, please support South Summit Trails.
Good morning. This is KPCW, your community voice.
Love has names.
Park City and Summit County. Thank you so much for watching this video. My name is Dr. Christina Sally, and I'm one of the original founders of the Summit County Children's Justice Center. We are so grateful for the dedication of our Friends Board that helped raise money for our new center so we can expand services to our vulnerable victims and families of child abuse. As you know, child abuse knows no socioeconomic boundaries. It happens everywhere, and during this incredibly challenging time, it's even more important that we support our children who are victims of maltreatment. Importantly, during the time of COVID, some children who unfortunately have to live with their perpetrators may be more at risk for victimization. Additionally, children feel isolated, and so they're going onto the internet a little bit more to have friendships. And what we're seeing is there's a high mental health issue along with victimization. So we ask that you please give through Park City Community Foundation, Live PC, Give PC to the Summit County Children's Justice Center so we can expand our services. And by the way, I'm here with my good friend Luca and Callie, our dog, for the Children's Justice Center.
Hi.
But that's okay.
In a world if you have choice, choose to be kind.
Yes, choose to be kind. So please open your hearts and give to the Summit County Children's Justice Center through Live PC, Give PC. Thank you so much.
Today, the Christian Center of Park City has distributed well over $20 million worth of food, clothes, and household goods. With 2 food pantries, 3 thrift stores, a fully staffed mental health counseling center, 2 campuses, and a myriad of programs and services that provide a safety net to people in our community. Our vision has been, from the very beginning, to help create a community where every person is met at their point of need, where those we serve can not only survive, but thrive. On January 1, 2000, CCPC was launched to a very humble beginning. CCPC's mission has been from the beginning to meet the needs of this community with respect and dignity.
Uno de nuestros servicios más importantes es nuestro Food Pantry. Entre Heber Valley y Park City Food Pantry servimos más de 19,000 hogares cada año. Nuestro Food Pantry fue lanzado en el año de 2001 y en ese año le servimos alrededor de 200 familias. Hemos visto el Food Pantry crecer mientras buscamos eliminar el hambre y la seguridad alimentaria.
In 2011, we started our Snacks and Backpacks program and our Easter Basket outreach. And then the next year, in 2012, we launched our Back to School Basics program. Also that year, we officially started our very own mental health counseling center. As CCPC grew more, the need for more space grew with it. So in 2013, CCPC started a new campus in Heber Valley.
In 2018, after a 3-year push, we finished our Park City expansion project. This drastic remodel more than doubled our square footage, allowing us to meet even more needs with an expanded self-serve pantry, bigger stores, more counseling offices, and a state-of-the-art event space.
Out of these 5 tenets, dignity, inclusivity, community, service, and love, has risen this building that we dedicate today.
The vision that Susan and Jim Schwartz had over 20 years ago has not only come to fruition, but it is growing and expanding well beyond Park City to reach throughout our entire state. Susan had this specific vision of creating an organization that really met the needs of this community. It has really become the hub, like the primary place where people, if they have a need, they come first to the Christian Center to see, here's my need, help me out.
To see the people that come through the doors, the people that are served, and then the people that want to do the serving. That's very special. It's a community that cares and a community that wants to reach out and love their neighbors. It really touches your heart.
As we look over these last 20 years, we want to recognize that there is no way we could have done this on our own. We want to thank all of you. We want to thank our amazingly generous community for making it possible for us to improve the lives of people through meeting their immediate needs. Because of the investment of your time, your money, and your support, together, we've been able to provide a safety net of services from our basic needs assistance and our healthy food pantries to our mental health services and special outreach programs serving our Latinx and Native American communities across our state. Thank you for helping us do everything we can to ensure every person is met at their point of need.
I'm Troy Williams, the Director of Equality Utah, and we're the folks working for LGBTQ rights in our super conservative state. Now I know what you're thinking. Gay rights in Utah? Is that even a thing? Oh yeah it is, and we're kind of fierce and fabulous. We've had many successes that people told us we could never achieve. Just this January, we became the 19th state to ban LGBTQ conversion therapy, and hands down the most conservative state to do so. Utah was also the first state in the nation to overturn a ban on gay marriage. I told you we were fierce and fabulous. Now we have challenges too. In Utah, suicide is the leading cause of death for young people, and our rates have skyrocketed 141% over the last decade. Our state's culture often tells young people, you don't belong, and that has taken its toll. But we are here to change that and to show LGBTQ people how powerful they are, and we need your help.
Thank you, Equality Utah, for the work you do. You are teaching the world how to dream the impossible.
Our goal is to heal the divides in our state and to show our community that we can achieve the impossible, even in Utah.
Tonight is a night about celebrating, honoring, and showing our support for those in life who, even when hardest hit, never quit, okay?
Hey, if we can bring all these people together in Utah, we know there's hope for the world.
Hey everyone, my name is Peyton and I am a new mom. I'm not just a new mom, I'm also a working mom. So if that isn't difficult enough, let's go ahead and add the pandemic on top of it. I'm not going to lie, these last few months have been extremely challenging for me, and I've dealt with a lot of obstacles that I didn't think I would have to deal with in my first pregnancy. From essentially spending my entire pregnancy in isolation to giving birth without the support of my family and them not being able to be around or meet our new baby, to trying to find childcare, on top of just returning back to the workplace in these circumstances. There's been a lot of obstacles. Just when I thought I had reached the end of my rope and I had as much as I could handle, thankfully I was introduced to Hive Family Collective, and I met Sarah and Perry and Joanna, and they were able to connect me with new moms who were going through the exact same thing I was, who were in the same circumstances. I cannot tell you enough how thankful I am for Hive and what they've been able to do for me. Not only have they given me a sense of community and camaraderie with other new moms, but they've also provided education and resources and advice on how to navigate these extremely challenging times. I think that it is so important to have an organization like Hive in our community to support our new moms and our new parents who need help and who need that support. So it's my hope that we are all able to support Hive in return so that they can continue giving that support to the new moms in our community and be the pillar and lifeline that they've been for me.
My name is Melody, and I'm a first-time mom to my daughter Maria, who's almost 1 years old now. And Hive Collective has been great, especially the Newbie Mama Zoom calls. And when quarantine first started, I really looked forward to doing those every Tuesday morning, especially when Candace Roper would be on, and I got some really great breastfeeding advice from her that saved my life a couple times. So I'm so appreciative to Hive for facilitating those.
Hi, I'm Emmy Gardner, the CEO for Holy Cross Ministries. I'm here to tell you that we are gearing up and excited to participate in Live PC Give PC this year, especially at a time when many of the individuals and families that we are serving have experienced an unprecedented needs. Over these last 7 months of this pandemic, Holy Cross Ministries has been able to continue our humble mission of meeting unmet needs by providing uninterrupted services through various virtual platforms to all of our clients in all of our program areas. Up in Park City, as you know, we provide education, health outreach, and legal services. Our education program, PAT 0 to 3, helping pregnant moms with their little ones, our school readiness classroom, which was able to reopen with all of the safety measures required so that working families in Park City had safe, quality childcare for their children. Our community health worker is busier than ever at the People's Health Clinic with referrals, as is our bilingual bicultural therapist, who splits her time between Peace House 3 days a week and People's Health Clinic 2 days a week. All of those staff also refer to our legal service department when clients they work with need help with visa status or green cards or naturalization. On behalf of all of those that we serve and the staff here at Holy Cross, I want to thank all of you in advance for participating in Live PC Give PC and supporting all of the programs so that we together can create a more just, inclusive, and stronger Park City community. Thank you and have an awesome day.
My name is Diego Segarra, Community Impact Director at Park City Community Foundation. Our partnership with Jewish Family Service goes a long way back, and it has blossomed through the years. Since COVID-19 hit, we've really supported the Safety Net program that has allowed so many community members to stay in their homes. The Safety Net program exists to support families in times of crisis. It helps pay bills, it looks after food security, and Jewish Family Service have been able to meet that need over the last few months.
Hi, I'm Casey Lovewell, and this is my husband Jason and our daughter Layla. Each person, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, whatever their crisis is, whatever their need is, we find a way to meet their needs through a variety of social services.
The Alex and Sally Lovewell Food Pantry is one of the many important services that JFS provides. My great-grandparents Sally and Alex Lovewell were Holocaust survivors who not only survived, but even smuggled food to others. With the financial and food donations and the help of staff and many volunteers, JFS is able to feed around 11,000 people a year. In this pandemic, the food pantry has been able to continue to feed those in need, adapting wonderfully to do a drive-through delivery of food in order to keep everybody safe.
Please join us in our support of Jewish Family Service in Utah. Help support the Alex and Sally Lovewell Food Pantry.
Pregnant at 17.
I was so nervous.
High school dropout.
They said, like, speak about something that you really struggled with.
In the juvenile court system.
And something I struggled with was stereotypes.
I am defined by these stereotypes every single day.
My name is Sadie Ortiz, and I've lived here for 17 years now. When it hit me was in like the 8th, 9th grade when I started to get upset, because there was a point where I was like, maybe I can, if I just put on more makeup, then maybe I'll look lighter. So there was a point where I was ashamed of my skin color, and when I did feel like I didn't fit in.
2 years ago, I just started at the Community Foundation when Ina Solomon approached us and asked if we would be interested in joining her in her vision of a more complete and integrated community.
I heard somebody say, "You're nothing in this town if you don't ski." And they were referring to adults, but it just got me thinking about the young Latino children in the community. And I thought, well, what can I do about this?
Ina has always been a champion for the underserved, and she noticed that this was one of the things that the town was lacking.
I went to the Park City Community Foundation, and the Solomon Fund was born.
Wow, like the Solomon Fund sounds like something amazing. Like, this is great for students to have like opportunities for sports with a low cost. It's where I started. I started off with sports. And so I wanted other students to have this.
Sadie has a background in sports. She speaks Spanish, and she really has a passion for social justice and equity. And so we thought it was a perfect fit, and she has been helping us all summer.
Sharing my story, I feel like, helps other students that are maybe going through something I went through. I remember when my dad had to fill out a scholarship for me to play soccer, I was the one filling it out.
Go!
Good. There are many low-income Latino children in this town that do not have the ability to participate. So if you would like to see a more integrated and complete community, a gift to the Solomon Fund will allow us to give a bike to a kid or give a soccer ball to a kid so that they can participate in the activities that this town has to offer.
I am not a high school dropout.
Do not be ashamed of who you are.
I am not 17 and pregnant.
Find something you're passionate about.
I am a 4.0 student and never fit into stereotypes.
Become the person you want to be in life, not the person that society tells you you have to be in life.
I am not another statistic.
Thank you.
I'm Janelle Stanley, and I work in retail for Park City Mountain. I'm a volunteer with the Christian Center of Park City, and I support Live PC, Give PC. Join me and Vail Epic Promise this November for our annual Day of Giving.
This program ended up being different than any of us imagined. I think that we kind of started with this vision of just raising this money, and that it became a community, and it became this whole feeling that the women of the town just got behind.
Women's Giving Fund is a group of women that came together to create a $1 million endowment by contributing $1,000 each. And this money, it creates an endowment that will last in perpetuity to help the needs of women and children in our county. And let me tell you, the needs are great. And most people don't realize some of the needs that we have here.
And so what happens is every year as a member, for in perpetuity, you get to vote on where the money goes. There's a grants committee that's made up of members, and a high impact grant will be donated to whoever is voted upon.
It's been a great organization for me, especially only being in Park City for 3 years. I've met a lot of nice women through the program.
Our town is made up of so many part-time residents. And it was a way for part-time residents to feel like a local, and it was a way for locals to meet new people.
There's women of all ages. People are bringing their daughters and getting them involved, and I think it's very important to get people at a young age involved in philanthropic activities.
We already have from 0 days to 90 years old.
Oh, yeah.
We have women of every age.
growing up here with my sisters and my mom, you know, we've made this our community, and it felt like something that we could get together and be part of that would really impact the future of our community.
And being, you know, one of the founding members, that makes it more special. And I thought it would be special if our granddaughter Eloise was part of the founding members so that she could carry on that legacy as the years go on.
There's women who've gotten involved with Women's Giving Fund who are doing, you know, weekly volunteering. We had the biggest group ever to be involved in the Reading Across America.
So we started doing social events and we started doing community service. And then we found out that there was a real need in Park City for mentoring programs, especially at 6th and 7th grade level. We had a mentor go every day for 3 months to work with Girls on the Run.
Girls on the Run is so much fun!
Every girl in that group ended up finishing the 5K.
The mentoring program is a program where they take lots of successful women and bring them to Ecker Hill to talk to 6th and 7th graders during lunch.
And I found this thing that made me happy, so I decided to follow my heart.
One of the programs that I'm most proud about is starting the Power Lunch program.
I decided to go to a power lunch because some of my friends were going and it sounded really cool. In one of the talks, they talked about self-image and they talked about bullies and things, and every face that I saw go out of that room, they were happier.
I can see these girls graduating from 6th, 7th, all through high school, into college, and coming back into Park City and seeing them as strong, empowered women.
I definitely hope to see my friends and me succeed through life and become powerful women.
I think it's great that the Women's Giving Fund is empowering young women in our community, and I love that the nonprofits here are benefiting from our gift and that we're able to be a part of it, and we will help women and children in the future.
It's very empowering for women helping women and children. The impact, it'll be amazing. These grants are going to change the socioeconomic environment in our community.
The Park City Foundation does a great job. They're very transparent. They are very trustworthy with the money. They take it very seriously. And I think it's going to be a wonderful legacy to have in this community.
It's been great that the Park City Foundation has been able to create so many different programs that all reach out and touch the community in different ways. So the Women's Giving Fund is that place for women who want to help develop programs for women and children in our community.
Women coming together and really supporting each other, mentoring each other, lifting each other up is such a wonderful expression of how we can all give back.
To just know that Park City is still feeling the love from my family from years and years and years to come is awesome. Like, I love that.
Peace House is a nonprofit organization dedicated to ending family violence and abuse through shelter, outreach, education, and support services. During this year, it has been a particularly difficult time. The dark reality is that 1 in 3 women in the state of Utah are affected by domestic violence. 80 children in Utah witness the murder or attempted murder of their mother each year. This year, the public health crisis of COVID-19 has intensified the risks of family violence and domestic abuse. Calls to our helpline have increased by 50% as compared to last year. The pandemic has made it incredibly difficult for victims to obtain housing and employment and has doubled their length of stay in our emergency shelter. Your support is a beacon of hope for victims in our community. The light in these dark circumstances is the resilience and strength of survivors. A survivor who stayed at Peace House graciously described her time here in these words. When I first came to Peace House, I felt so alone that nobody cared, and I was angry, sad, and hurt. From day one, the Peace House staff was always helpful, always smiling and supporting me with everything from paperwork to basic needs. No words can explain how grateful I am. These past 2 months have been a journey for me, and I want to thank you for being part of it. We invite you to be part of a survivor's journey. Your donation could change someone's life. Please join us this year in supporting Peace House and Live PC, Give PC on November 6th.
And the people stayed home and read books and listened and rested and exercised and made art and played games and learned new ways of being and were still and listened more deeply. Some meditated, some prayed, some danced, some met their shadows, and the people began to think differently, and the people healed. And in the absence of people living in mindless, heartless ways, the earth began to heal. And when the danger passed and the people joined together again, they grieved their losses and made new choices, and dreamed new images, and created new ways to live and heal the earth fully as they had been healed.
Park City is an amazing place to be. We're all lucky to be here. By supporting nonprofits, we're showing our love for community. At Park City Community Foundation, we really believe that when you give together, you can have a bigger impact.
Right from day one, we said we have to grow the resource pie, not divide the resource pie. So the whole idea of philanthropy, I think that's been a big thing that the Community Foundation has really stressed, not just giving to this organization or that organization, but the idea of giving and giving back. That's so important to the community.
Just by its nature, Community Foundation helps balance inclination and need in a better way. That's an amazingly powerful tool, I think, for a community like this that has such a disparate bunch of community citizens, locals, visitors, part-timers, new community members. It's a way for people to know that they're making a contribution to their community in a way that's been validated, given the stamp of approval by people whose job it is to make sure that that's what's happening.
How apt that it's called the foundation, because really what they do is they provide
a foundation for us, for all the nonprofits to grow from.
We've had tremendous feedback from the nonprofit community about the impact that the Community Foundation has on their daily operations, their programs, and their mission.
They help the nonprofits in this community in an amazing way through the grants, through Live PC, Give PC, through the roundtables that they host for executive directors and for other nonprofits. And I am amazed by what the Community Foundation does for Park City.
That word community within their name is so important. They act as a hub for us, a connector, and a connector of the importance of nonprofits within our community.
No matter what, we all can learn from one another, and that is something that the foundation fosters. We all have different skills and different expertise and meet different needs in the community, but we really all can learn from each other and work together.
They're very, very enthusiastic about doing anything they can to improve Park City as a whole. And whether it's talking about doing something in the schools or doing something with a no-kill animal shelter or building more trails for hikers, they know a ton about every bit of it and can really help a donor fine-tune where they might want their money to go.
It's such a joy when I can connect that donor who has a particular passion with a nonprofit that I know is doing really good work, so that everyone feels like we're in this together, that we know what our passions and our dreams are, and we know how best this dollar should be implemented in the community. And making that connection between the donors and the nonprofits is one of the best parts of what we do at the Community Foundation.
We all have our passions, but when you go to the Community Foundation, you know that they treat every organization exactly the same. If you want to know that your money is managed well and you want to feel good about your gift, it's a great place to put your dollars.
Our whole staff and our board members are here for you. We're experts in the nonprofits of Park City. Our role is to listen to the nonprofit organizations and the people they serve and advocate for what they need.
The Community Foundation helps those organizations not only raise money, but build their own capacity to govern themselves and to spend their money wisely.
The organization has been incredibly well run. One of the benefits that a community foundation provides to donors and to the community is a little bit higher level of capital management responsibility. We've got an incredibly powerful board of directors. We've got very sophisticated investment committee level people.
The advantages of giving with the Park City Community Foundation is really maximizing your impact. We are able, through collaborative giving programs like the Women's Giving Fund and Live PC, Give PC, to take your dollar and turn it into $5.
We talk about that as a philanthropist, if you can make a difference in one person's life, that's a phenomenal success story. And I think if anyone spent the time to research and do a little studying of the Park City Community Foundation and all the things that we touch and all the things that we help create, we're not just touching a life, we're touching many lives, and we're affecting a community in a very real way.
They don't look just at one nonprofit, one area, but they look at the community as a whole. They put it all together and weave the fabric.
Whether you spend a week here every year or 3 months or you live here full time, we all love Park City, and nonprofits is the heart and soul of this community. And that's the mission of Park City Community Foundation, to support nonprofit organizations and keep this community vibrant, unique, and wonderful.
Today is the day! Time to give, people!
Live PC, Give PC has been a very accessible way for everyone to give to our community. That's a day when people can say, oh, I'm going to give a little here, a little there, and just everyone feels good about that.
Our goal is giving to Park City and having everyone participate.
It's a way to bring the community together and bring excitement around the different nonprofits and to find out a lot more about the different nonprofits.
And it just gets people out and talking about all the cool stuff everyone's doing.
In just 24 hours, there'll be more than $1 million distributed through all of these nonprofits. And that's amazing that that can happen in such a short period of time. It's such a boost to all the nonprofits. That's really how Park City works best.
It's
been a wonderful way for us to meet new people, get our message out to folks that we may not have touched before, and get new donors in the process.
With Live PC, Give PC, we had an executive director tell us that 40% of the people who gave to her organization on that day were brand new. And what warms my heart is that that donor has now been connected to a nonprofit that they're passionate about, and they can build a relationship for years to come.
It's definitely one of my favorite days of the year in Park City. You see people on every street corner and at every intersection in town. It's a total feel-good day for Park City, and it's been hugely successful.
It's a way for us all to enhance together what I think personally is an amazing community, an amazing place to live. Teach your children to give.
There's a certain...
Thank you for taking the first step and helping these kids thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your guys' support. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, donors.
You guys rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, donors.
Thank you, donors.
Hello and welcome to this inaugural live stream for Live PC, Give PC. I'm Yi Shu and I am so excited to be one of the hosts this evening to celebrate Live PC, Give PC's 10th anniversary. Joining me is Katie Wright, Executive Director of the Park City Community Foundation. Katie, you want to wave hello?
Hi, everyone.
Now, before we begin, I want to give a huge shout out to all of the sponsors out there who made this 24 days of giving possible. And I want to thank all of you out there who in the last few weeks have been out there campaigning for Live PC, Give PC, and also just rooting on your favorite nonprofit. Katie, you know, for people who are new to Park City, or I know there are many people out there, probably few now, but many who are unfamiliar with Live PC, Give PC, what is this whole day all about?
This day is all about generosity. And the idea is that everyone can do what they can. So we have over 100 different nonprofits all participating, and you can go to one website, livepcgivepc.org, and make a donation from $5 to $5,000 to support whatever it is that you most love about Park City.
And there's definitely a lot to love because there's 173 nonprofits this year on that platform and a lot of passionate individuals. I saw people there from 8 a.m. this morning on street corners with their Live PC, Give PC signs to even right before we came to the studio. You know, it's been 10 years. We're celebrating this 10th anniversary, and Live PC, Give PC has changed a lot. Like, what did you see today that was different?
Well, certainly COVID-19 has impacted it to make it a little bit different. What was the same was the absolute energy. You see people from all ages, kids in front of schools, grandparents on street corners waving signs to support the community that they love. So that part hasn't changed. What's maybe a little bit different is the sheer volume of causes to support and the amount of people involved. In the very first year, we raised $330,000, and we were absolutely over the moon. And we would go around town the next year and the following year, and any given room, I would say, who's heard of Live PC, Give PC? And maybe half the room had heard of it. So now there's just so many people who are involved, who make it a big point of their day and their year's worth of giving.
It definitely is the whole community, a day where the whole community comes together for this. Congratulations on the 10th anniversary. You have truly come a long way. We have this great video from the Park City Community Foundation of Live PC, Give PC from 5 years ago. Shall we take a look?
Today is the day! Time to give, people!
Live PC, Give PC has been a very accessible way for everyone to give to our community. That's a day when people can say, oh, I'm going to give a little here, a little there, and just everyone feels good about that.
Our goal is giving to Park City and having everyone participate.
It's a way to bring the community together and bring excitement around the different nonprofits and to find out a lot more about the different nonprofits.
And it just gets people out and talking about all the cool stuff everyone's doing.
In just 24 hours, there'll be more than $1 million distributed through all of these nonprofits. And that's amazing that that can happen in such a short period of time. It's such a boost to all the nonprofits. That's really how Park City works best.
It's been a wonderful way for us to meet new people, get our message out to folks that we may not have touched before, and get new donors in the process.
With Live PC, Give PC, we had an executive director tell us that 40% of the people who gave to her organization on that day were brand new. And what warms my heart is that that donor has now been connected to a nonprofit that they're passionate about, and they can build a relationship for years to come.
It's definitely one of my favorite days of the year in Park City. You see people on every street corner and at every intersection in town. It's a total feel-good day for Park City, and it's been hugely successful.
It's a way for us all to enhance together what I think personally is an amazing community, an amazing place to live. Teach your children to give.
BC, Give BC!
Well, great video. Definitely, I know there have been differences from 5 years ago to now, but there are also a lot of similarities. That spirit of giving, the passion that we see throughout the community on this day. What else are you doing differently, because of the current situation we're in with COVID and everything else that we've encountered in the last year?
Well, for the very first time, we're doing what we're calling a neighborhood parade. So we had a rally of over 30 cars, including fire trucks, police escorts, different nonprofits, driving through all the neighborhoods of Park City. They started in Old Town, they drove right near my home and by all the schools, then out to Jeremy Ranch and Kimball Junction. And so people have been on the street corners cheering along their nonprofits, honking and waving, stopping traffic for a very good reason. So that's been a really fun new addition.
And this live stream is, in a way, a replacement for the huge party at High West that you always have, right?
Yes, usually we have a really great party at High West. It's the best dance floor in town of the year. But we can't do that this year. And so we're really excited to be here with the live stream. And we've actually been live streaming music all day.
Yes.
So Mountain Town Music got a bunch of local musicians. And so if you've been visiting the website, livepcgivepc.org, you've probably heard some of those great songs and songs.
Yes, I was on there earlier today. And I hope some of you were able to capture our showcase of nonprofits. You know, funny story for all the viewers out there, we had requested videos from all the nonprofits to include in our live stream. Lo and behold, we received videos from over 100 nonprofits that totaled about over 2 hours. So that became a video. It's called our Showcase of Nonprofits. You can watch that video on the YouTube link that's on the Live PC, Give PC website. So take a look at that. Katie, let's talk about this year. What are the different ways that you can donate?
So you can go to livepcgivepc.org and you can find nonprofits in so many different ways. You can click on an alphabetical order list of nonprofits. You can click on by topic or interest. Say you're a real fan of the arts or the environment, and search and learn. And each nonprofit has their own page. Sometimes they have videos, they certainly have stories about what they do. And so it's also a great opportunity to help teach kids about giving because it's really interactive. And so you can go through, you can get to familiarize yourself with new nonprofits or give to that old favorite, but there's so many different ways. And then you can quickly click and it has a shopping cart, so it's really turnkey.
Super user-friendly.
Super user-friendly. It encourages irresponsible levels of giving, which we think is super fun.
And we want more of that.
We want more of that, and it's something that you can do with your kids or even give your kids an allowance and let them do.
Yes, I did that with my kids this morning, and they were super excited.
Oh, I love that.
So let's talk about the, you get on the website and you see these leaderboards. Can you tell me a bit about these leaderboards?
Yes, so we've had leaderboards
a little bit
from
of competition.
The beginning. Yes, so we're a competitive Olympic town, and so the leaderboards are a huge part of it. And from the beginning, the leaderboards have been based on unique donors. So every time you give to a nonprofit, you are a unique donor. So you can be a unique donor once to Recycle Utah and once to KPCW. And all of those stack up almost like votes. And so the nonprofits with the most unique donors win additional grant prizes. So our sponsors, including our lead sponsor, Vail Resorts Epic Promise, make those grants possible. So not only are you giving a donation, but you're also voting for the nonprofits that you think have really deep impact in town. So we have 6 different leaderboards. We give prizes for first, second, and third. You can only win one prize, so there's a lot of opportunity for our favorite nonprofits to win additional grants.
And what are those prizes?
They are anywhere between $2,500 and $500 based on what leaderboard and what rank.
Right. And so there is a grand overarching leaderboard called the All Nonprofit Leaderboard.
Yes.
And first of all, we need to thank Vail, Epic Promise, and Park City Mountain for sponsoring, being the presenting sponsor for that leaderboard. I mean, they have been so generous throughout the years in supporting this community and this day of giving. Is there a win, like,
every year Mountain Trails takes it home. and almost every year I get the question, why trails, why open space, why animals? And what I think is that these are commonalities. These are the ties that bind. So you might be a complete art enthusiast, but you still like to get out in nature. Or you might be passionate about climate change, but you still like to get out in nature. So those are our very often most popular nonprofits, and this year is no exception. Mountain Trails is at the #1 position. We also have Park City Education Foundation and Summit Land Conservancy, but the night is young.
And it's an exciting race. I think we're 17 hours into Live PC, Give PC. We've got, let's see, about 7 more hours to go until we find out who's going to be that top 3 on that all nonprofit leaderboard. Super exciting. Will you be watching up until midnight?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, every year. Every year. I might be watching from bed, but I will be watching.
Well, there is one leaderboard that is not there, and we have a very special video. But if we had a leaderboard for cutest nonprofit, I'm pretty sure this nonprofit would be a part of that. We have, again, a special visitor. We have Caitlin Cruz from Nuzzles. Welcome, Caitlin. Thank you. Oh my gosh. All right,
What
I'm gonna come
adorable
behind
little
you
puppy.
here. Caitlin, who is this?
This is Butch Cassidy.
He is adorable. How old is he?
He's about 2 months old.
Oh my gosh. And can you tell me his story?
Yeah, so we rescue the majority of our puppies from the reservation area around Four Corners. That's where he came from with his litter and his mom. So they all went into a foster home so they could finish nursing, get healthy, and now they're all ready for their forever homes.
So is this puppy in search of a home?
Yes, he is ready for adoption.
Wow. Well, we've had over 4,000 donors today, and I'm imagining that some of them are watching this live stream, and one of them is going to adopt that adorable
I
puppy.
hope so.
I
Yeah.
think you're going to get a lot of calls today.
Yeah, and his litter mates are also available. So.
Wow. So how many in the litter?
I think there was 4 or 5. One of them's already adopted, so there's a few left.
Okay, so here's an opportunity to have a whole community of brothers and sisters here in Park City. Can you tell me a little bit more? I think a lot of people are familiar about with Nuzzles. I know surely my kids are, and a lot of the kids in the community are. But can you tell me more about your mission?
Yeah, so we rescue dogs and cats. Like I mentioned, we do rescue the majority of our animals from the Four Corners area, so like the Navajo reservations. But we also work closely with Summit County and Draper Animal Shelters as well. So we do a lot of transfer, same with Humane Society of Utah, and all of the animals that come into our care receive medical care, foster if needed, behavior training, and then they find their forever homes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the ranch and just what it looks like and if people can come visit?
People can come visit normally, but because of COVID right now, you have to make an appointment if you're looking to adopt, and we kind of first see exactly what you're looking for before having you come out, just to make sure we have something that would be the right fit for you. But the ranch, I think, is exactly what you would picture. It's just like a big, beautiful ranch. We have so much land for all the dogs to run around on. We have a training room, we have a vet suite, we have cat sanctuaries, so lots of room for all the animals to run around.
And how many animals a year do you find forever homes for?
About 1,500.
Wow.
So far we've done about 1,200, and we're on track to do 1,700 by the end of the year.
Wow. Okay, we've heard about pandemic puppies. Tell us about that.
So we've actually, our numbers have increased, I think, by about 23% this year. We've just been doing a lot more adoptions than we usually do because people are home. So the community was great when the pandemic hit. We had phone calls nonstop asking for fosters and adopters, and people were home, so they had all this time to spend with animals, which was awesome. And because of those high adoption rates, we've been able to take in more animals.
And that's a
so
great example of why nonprofits need even more support during the pandemic. I mean, things like animal rescue, you wouldn't necessarily put that on your #1 list of pandemic affected nonprofits, but here you are 23% more. I mean, that's really amazing.
And are you saying, the demand for puppies increase? Like we said, the demand is increasing as well. So is that, what other challenges are you seeing as an organization?
I mean, we didn't really suffer from a lot of returns, thank goodness. We were able to offer support for people who needed it that adopted from us. Something we've been doing since March is our pop-up pet pantry. So we've been giving away free pet food to people who need it to help support their pets, so that way they don't have to end up back in the shelter.
Absolutely wonderful.
One of my other favorite programs of yours is the Purple Paw program. Will you tell us a little bit about that partnership?
Yeah, so the Purple Paw program helps to house animals that are suffering from, in families that are suffering from domestic violence cases. So we provide them just a safe place where they can have love and food while their family kind of deals with the rest of the things that they need to handle.
That's amazing. I learned early on in my career that is a reason why a woman and her children might not exit a home, is that they don't have a place to bring their dog.
Yes.
And so it's just so great that you step in, and once that family gets stabilized, they can reunite with their pets, which I'm sure is really...
We do dogs and cats in that program, and we also let the family come visit if they'd like to as well. So yeah, it's a great program.
And Caitlin, I'm curious, do people travel far and wide to get to you at Nuzzles?
Yeah, we have people come from Wyoming, Colorado. Yeah, people come from all over.
I just can't stand it. Like
I know.
I wish there wasn't COVID because I really want. He's been, sticking out his tongue. He's just
and looking
he
a
is
little
sweetheart.
tired.
Yes, he
and
took a nap.
He's tired and
just
2
so
months old. We're sorry to wake you from your nap. What a darling. Hey, you guys. He's up for adoption. Him and his brothers and sisters, and tons of other pets at Nuzzles. You've got cats. You've got dogs. You've got other pets.
Just cats and dogs.
Just cats and dogs. All right. Well, here's an opportunity to support a great nonprofit. Okay. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
Thank
It was
you.
really great to meet you and meet Butch. Okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, so cute. I might need a third dog.
Three. I'm not quite ready for that.
He'd be a good one. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you so much. And good luck.
Thank you.
Live PC, give
Thank you
PC,
so
all
much.
right?
Yeah.
I hope, I'm sure you're going to reach your goal.
Yeah.
What is your goal this time?
$80,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you. All right, let's head back over.
I have a Nuzzles & Co. puppy, actually.
Do you?
I do. She's not a puppy anymore. I shouldn't say that. She's 13 years old.
Okay, and so this is why I'm saying I could get a third dog, because
Yes.
I do not yet have my Nuzzles & Co. puppy.
Oh, yeah, you
and
need
it
one.
could be, you know,
You
maybe a
need one.
2-year-old dog
Well,
would
what
be a
about
good.
Butch Cassidy?
I think my husband would kill me. He might be watching
Yeah.
this too. I mean,
Yeah, he's texting you
don't
right
even
now.
think
No
about
thanks.
it.
No thanks.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, that was so fun to start
I
with
know.
we talked about
believe there was
leaderboards, and I know throughout the next, I guess now 2.5 hours, we really want to dig into each of these leaderboards. And the first one that we want to talk about is people and advocacy. Huge issue, especially given this year, given all the challenges that we've had with COVID and unemployment, as well as the economy and where it's at. So I know that the Community Foundation has worked really hard in this area. What have you done, and how have you responded to all the challenges that we've had?
Yeah, so on March 13th, we basically flipped a switch on our crisis fund. We had put it in place years earlier, and we knew with the ski resorts shutting down, schools closing, that there was going to be immediate hardship. And like always, the community just stepped up very quickly to provide support. And so we flipped the switch, we started our community response fund, and we immediately started making rapid grants for healthcare, food security, rental assistance. We also have done a lot of needs assessments. So we will survey families to learn right from people, hey, what are your pain points? Is it childcare? Is it food? Is it rental? Is it bill pay? What we learned pretty quickly is that we actually have a great resource here in terms of food security, and that where people were really, really suffering was bill assistance and rental assistance. So we have raised north of $3 million. Wow. We've granted out $1.2 million, and the majority of that has supported rental assistance. And we often hear that there is a eviction moratorium. Well, that people still can get evicted, not for not paying, but for other reasons. And also at the end of that moratorium, that rent is still due. So what we're hoping to do is keep families stable in homes, and also not building a mountain of debt that they can never get out of. And so far, because the community has been so generous, we've been successful in that.
That is absolutely amazing. Over $3 million. I want to take you back to when did you decide to start that response fund?
March 13th.
Okay, I want to take you back to March 13th and this idea. You said you probably thought, oh my gosh, we have to do something to support the people in our community. Did you, in your wildest dreams, expect that that's where you would get to? What were your thoughts at that period of time? What would the response be towards this fund?
We had no idea, and I don't think we expected nearly the level of support. We, as a community foundation, we have partnerships with other community foundations. So we actually had learned ahead of time from Seattle area what they were facing there, and actually also build a relationship with Napa Valley because they've had crisis in terms of wildfires. And what we heard about is that often everyone's concerned about the financial resources, but that comes. What's really challenging is scaling a response. So for instance, we have two great nonprofits, Christian Center and Jewish Family Service, who do provide rental assistance. They usually provide it to about 10 families a month. We were seeing 450 requests a week. That's a huge scaling. So we had to help streamline application process, make them more digitalized, and just make sure we were getting resources out there as quickly as possible. So unfortunately, the Community Foundation field shares a lot of best practices. So we were watching COVID and kind of preparing for what we might need to do here.
Okay, so there was some experience there that you can draw upon.
From other
I'm
communities,
sure
yeah.
it still, despite all of that, I'm sure it was a huge surprise, and I mean a surprise, but at the same time not a surprise because of the wonderful community we live in and people just being so generous.
Donations too. We had more than 500 people give. We have people still continuing to give, and the donations ranged from $5 to $1 million. So people really were doing what they can. And what also is just amazing is that some of the families who needed support in the spring got back to work in the summer. And when we called them, or different nonprofits called them and said, how are you doing? Some families said, hey, we're in a position and we're gonna give $30 now. And so people are just amazing in their generosity.
And I know a lot of the nonprofits during this period of time also pivoted and adapted to rise to the occasion and step up to the work that they needed to do because of COVID. Let's take a look at one.
My name is Diego Segarra, Community Impact Director at Park City Community Foundation. Our partnership with Jewish Family Service goes a long way back, and it has blossomed through the years. Since COVID-19 hit, we've really supported the Safety Net program that has allowed so many community members to stay in their homes. The Safety Net program exists to support families in times of crisis. It helps pay bills, it looks after food security, and Jewish Family Service have been able to meet that need over the last few months.
Hi, I'm Casey Lovewall, and this is my husband Jason and our daughter Layla. Each person, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, whatever their crisis is, whatever their need is, we find a way to meet their needs through a variety of social services.
The Alex and Sally Lovewall Food Pantry is one of the many important services that JFS provides. My great-grandparents Sally and Alex Lovewall were Holocaust survivors who not only survived, but even smuggled food to others. With the financial and food donations and the help of staff and many volunteers, JFS is able to feed around 11,000 people a year. In this pandemic, the food pantry has been able to continue to feed those in need, adapting wonderfully to do a drive-through delivery of food in order to keep everybody safe.
Please join us in our support of Jewish Family Service in Utah. Help support the Alex and Sally Lovewall Food Pantry.
Just amazing work. And wow, I mean, this is not the only one. There were tons of nonprofits throughout this area that you guys help that pivoted towards this COVID response. What other organizations are part of this People and Advocacy Leaderboard?
Yeah, so one of the other challenges, as everyone knows, has been mental health, food security, rental assistance. And one organization that addresses all of these is the Christian Center of Park City. They really do a fantastic job. They are cornerstone of our nonprofit community. And they're led by Rob Harder and just do a wonderful job supporting people at their point of need.
Well, you teed it up absolutely perfectly, Katie, because Rob Harder is going to be joining us by Zoom. He is the, he's actually not quite there yet, but he is the executive director of the Christian Center. And tell me a bit about the Christian Center and your relationship with them.
Yeah, so they are one of our key partners. They have a mental health counseling service, and they offer a food pantry. They have a clothing store. They do a lot of outreach seasonally around the holidays or the changes of the season to make sure kids and families have what they need. They're really just a lovely group doing work that is absolutely urgent and on the ground.
And I've seen them in so many of their signature programs, getting kids prepared for school, like you said, the Back to Basics,
Yes.
and their store is just really kind of this iconic place here in Park City. Rob, are you joining us now?
I am here, yeah.
Hey.
Absolutely, thanks for having me on the show.
Welcome to the live stream. It's great to see you.
Hey, good to be here.
How's it going for you today with Live PC, Give PC?
It's been super fun. Yeah, we had an arch outside. We had lots of fun taking pictures with that. A lot of people would just, make it festive. And of course, we've had a lot of people come through to shop, and we reminded them about, giving to Live PC, Give PC. And so far, we're doing really well. We've seen a great outpouring of people to support us personally. But of course, I've looked at the leaderboard. I mean, people are supporting all kinds of different nonprofits. Just fun to see this every year where people really come out of the woodwork to support our nonprofit community.
It's truly incredible. What is your goal this year, Rob?
We would love to our goal is to get over $80,000. And so, because last year we had a little over 60, so that's our goal this year. And we're actually getting pretty close to that. So in fact, if we get over that to get 100,000, even better, but that's our goal right now.
Rob, tell us, do you have any matches or any special donor stories that have happened today?
We had 4 different matches, and they've all been matched. So that's, I guess, a good thing. And, I guess in terms of the individual stories, I always love it when people make little comments, and they just tell you how much they appreciate, what we're doing. And I think that's what's great about Live PC, Give PC is that it just reminds people of all the different things that not just we provide, but all these other nonprofits provide. And I think for us personally, though, because of COVID and how we were able to respond, and how the community came around us even to support us financially so that we can turn around and help with rent assistance and food pantry and mental health counseling, all these different services that you were mentioning earlier, Katie. It's just fun for people that now have tied into the center and know about all of our programs, now to see them come across, with an email saying we support you, keep up the good work. So that's just very rewarding and very confirming.
Rob, as someone who's been in our community for a long time, this is the 10th year of Live PC, Give PC, and I'm just curious for you and your role at the Christian Center, or even as a dad in the community, what has this 10 years, how has it changed? What has it meant to you?
Yeah, it's hard to believe. I've been here for 10 years, so it's like I've been here for every year of Live PC, Give PC. And I think, good question. I think what I've seen with Park City, obviously it's grown in terms of population, and just a lot of things have gotten bigger. More people have moved in. Traffic's gotten busier. But more than that, I think I've really been so impressed to see how well our community comes together for various things. Again, COVID was to me, one more sign. I've seen it many, many years before this, but I think this year was a culmination of our community responds to needs. And so the nonprofit community office is pretty tight. I think the Community Foundation does a great job of bringing us all together. So I think the sense that we're all working together, we really try to respond to different needs in our community. And even my kids, as a dad, as you mentioned, I've got a senior at Park City High School right now, and just the fact that they're really engaged in Live PC, Give PC, and they get involved with different things throughout the year. They're volunteering on a regular basis, whether it be at our organization or with the Trails Foundation, or you name it. There's just a sense that philanthropy, giving back, being involved in your community is really kind of part of the DNA of Park City, and I've just seen that grow. So even as we've had new people move in, and we've certainly grown as in our population, I feel like the heart of Park City has actually expanded and gotten even better, and I think there's more collaboration than ever.
I totally agree, and I've only been here for 3 years, but it definitely is something, it's contagious. This feeling of giving is really, it's really gratifying, and it's contagious, and the whole community gets involved, whether it's kids or adults or seniors, or it's just this wonderful sense of being here in Park City. Rob, I'd love to take you back to well, I don't want to take you back to March because there are so many challenges there, but I really want to talk about COVID and how your nonprofit was able to shift and really rise to the occasion. How were you able to adapt so quickly?
Boy, yeah, as I look back, number one, I'm just so proud of my staff. First of all, they responded. We really ended up shutting down our stores and a lot of our operations so that we could focus on our food pantry primarily. And then, of course, our rent assistance, our basic needs assistance, where we were able to do that all online, where people, would request and apply to get rent assistance. So we basically deployed a lot of our staff to different roles so that we could meet the need. And Katie knows this, but we had such a huge responsive need. Like, we were serving 1,000 people a week through our food pantry.
Wow.
So many people know about the Christian Center where you could come and drop off clothes and household goods. Well, we just turned that into a drive-through food pantry. So we kind of adapted what we already had. We were so glad that we had this building campaign finished. Excuse me. And so we had everything kind of set. So we just turned this into a food pantry drive-through. And so we're able to work with the health department. They gave us some guidelines and said, okay, here's all the things you need to do to make sure you keep your staff safe and you keep those who you're serving safe. So once we followed those guidelines, we're able to just stay open the entire time. So we're one of the rare examples, I guess, because I keep hearing that not many people were open during that time. We were considered an essential service, so we never shut down during COVID. And because I felt like there were so many things we needed to provide to this community, primarily, again, food and then rent assistance. So I think it was a very intense time. As we look back, it was stressful. Honestly, there was so much need, and there was always a concern on my end and our team just to make sure they're safe. And then, of course, the people we're serving are safe. That was always forefront in your mind. I mean, there were days where when we had this food pantry line, we did ask people, in order to, social distance and have people come and not be in a long line, but they actually stayed in their cars, but they would sign up ahead of time, and they would let us know if they were COVID positive or not, just so we could be super careful. And every day there for a while, we were serving people that were COVID positive, more than one person. And sadly, the Latinx community were hit disproportionately harder with COVID, particularly felt like during the summer. And so, but even despite that, we did everything we could to protect our team. And we were able to provide this food for those families that even, were diagnosed with COVID. And none of our staff, through all the way through the summer, none of them got COVID. We were all safe, and no one that we were aware of that we served came down with COVID, after coming to the center. So I think it just really goes to say that we had a good team. And then our community, again, as I mentioned earlier, all the funds that we were able to receive through the Park City Community Foundation, tons and tons of individuals that just gave whatever they could. We were able to give almost $1 million away in rent assistance. So if we didn't have the money to give, we wouldn't be able to help so many people. But because we were so supported by this community, we were able to help so many people with their rent. And so I think I look back at those two things, and that was just very, very, again, stressful, but very rewarding. And I'm so glad we were able to do that together as a community.
It sounds like it was absolutely frenetic, like rapid pace to be able to serve those people who needed it the most. Rob, I like what you said, which was that, as we all know, COVID did affect certain populations disproportionately. What did you see in terms of numbers? I mean, I'm sure the numbers increased tremendously. Like, is there a percentage that you could share with us?
That's a good question. In terms of how many people had COVID, I don't know. I just know that all the numbers that came through, from the health department and or, of course, the park record even mentioned that just proportionally with Summit County as a population as a whole, the Latinx community had a much higher percentage than their population would normally, dictate. And so I don't know how many of that was, but I just know it was a lot of them. And a lot of our families that we ended up helping, with whether it be our food pantry or our rent assistance, oftentimes they mentioned to us that one of the reasons why they were struggling with their bills was they lost their job. Number two, then they had COVID. And so then they, luckily there was not too many charges up front, but that just caused a lot of other extra issues that we were able to help with, whether it be giving extra groceries or helping with a medical bill or helping with a car repair. So we're able to do all those different things because COVID, again, hit them in a more disproportionate way. So I did hear from the health department that after that first spike in the summer, then it seemed like it calmed down and it didn't, that percentage kind of dropped a little bit. So I'm not sure what changed, but I know that another thing the community did a great job of, and again, the foundation was involved with this, the city was involved with this, Park City Municipal, was giving out lots of information, making sure everyone had masks. people had PPE, and spread that out. And we had special, days where we would hand that out at some of our events. We'd go out into the community and apartment complexes and hand them out as well. So we just want to make sure people had the resources they needed to protect themselves from getting COVID as well. So I think over time that really did help.
Okay. Yes, I mean, social equity is the core of what a lot of these nonprofits do, and the core of what you do at the Community Foundation as well. Can you tell me about what progress you might have seen in that area, Katie?
Yeah, I think one thing that made our community's response to COVID-19 so strong, as Rob really eloquently described, is the fact that we used an equity lens in identifying what the needs were, and we prioritized folks who were disproportionately impacted. Some of the ways we did that was by surveying families, going directly to people and saying, what are your needs? I often talk to community foundations in other mountain towns, and our needs were different. Even though we have such similar communities, our needs were different. And we only knew that because we asked moms and dads, what do you need to be able to care for your children, and heard directly from there. And that's when the rental assistance really rose to the top. So being able to respond with an equity lens is something that I think our community has learned a lot more about in the past 12 to 18 months, and it absolutely came into play into getting families to a place of being stable in a really unstable time.
Well, I know one of the signature programs that you have, it's called the Solomon Fund, and that's part of the Park City Community Foundation. We have a video from the Solomon Fund, but before we go to that video, I want to thank you, Rob. Thank you so much for everything that you do for this community. Thank you for joining us on this live stream, and just want to wish you and everybody at the Christian Center the best of luck on Live PC, Give PC, and again, just wonderful work.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on the show. Happy Live PC, Give PC, and good to see you, Katie. Good luck too tonight.
Thanks so much, Rob.
All right, well, let's take a look at that video of the Solomon Fund.
Pregnant at 17.
I was so nervous.
High school dropout.
They said, speak about something that you really struggled with.
In the juvenile court system.
And something I struggled with was stereotypes.
I am defined by these stereotypes every single day.
My name is Sadie Ortiz, and I've lived here for 17 years now. When it hit me was in the 8th, 9th grade, when I started to get upset, because there was a point where I was like, maybe I can, if I just put on more makeup, then maybe I'll look lighter. So there was a point where I was ashamed of my skin color, and when I did feel like I didn't fit in.
2 years ago, I just started at the Community Foundation when Ino Solomon approached us and asked if we would be interested in joining her in her vision of a more complete and integrated community.
I heard somebody say, "You're nothing in this town if you don't ski." And they were referring to adults, but it just got me thinking about the young Latino children in the community. And I thought, well, what can I do about this?
Ino has always been a champion for the underserved, and she noticed that this was one of the things that the town was lacking.
I went to the Park City Community Foundation, and the Solomon Fund was born.
Wow, the Solomon Fund sounds like something amazing. This is great for students to have opportunities for sports with a low cost. It's where I started. I started off with sports. And so I wanted other students to have this.
Sadie has a background in sports. She speaks Spanish, and she really has a passion for social justice and equity. And so we thought it was a perfect fit, and she has been helping us all summer.
Sharing my story, I feel helps other students that are maybe going through something I went through. I remember when my dad had to fill out a scholarship for me to play soccer, I was the one filling it out.
Go! Good! There are many low-income Latino children in this town that do not have the ability to participate. So if you would like to see a more integrated and complete community, a gift to the Solomon Fund will allow us to give a bike to a kid or give a soccer ball to a kid so that they can participate in the activities that this town has to offer.
I am not a high school dropout.
Do not be ashamed of who you are.
I am not 17 and pregnant.
Find something you're passionate about.
I'm a 4.0 student and never fit into stereotypes.
Become the person you want to be in life, not the person that society tells you you have to be in life.
I am not another statistic.
Thank you.
Peace House is a nonprofit organization dedicated to ending family violence and abuse through shelter, outreach, education, and support services. During this year, it has been a particularly difficult time. The dark reality is that 1 in 3 women in the state of Utah are affected by domestic violence. 80 children in Utah witness the murder or attempted murder of their mother each year. This year, the public health crisis of COVID-19 has intensified the risks of family violence and domestic abuse. Calls to our helpline have increased by 50% as compared to last year. The pandemic has made it incredibly difficult for victims to obtain housing and employment and has doubled their length of stay in our emergency shelter. Your support is a beacon of hope for victims in our community. The light in these dark circumstances is the resilience and strength of survivors. A survivor who stayed at Peace House graciously described her time here in these words. When I first came to Peace House, I felt so alone that nobody cared, and I was angry, sad, and hurt. From day one, the Peace House staff was always helpful, always smiling, and supporting me with everything from paperwork to basic needs. No words can explain how grateful I am. These past 2 months have been a journey for me, and I want to thank you for being part of it. We invite you to be part of a survivor's journey. Your donation could change someone's life. Please join us this year in supporting Peace House and Live PC, Give PC on November 6th.
I'm Troy Williams, the Director of Equality Utah, and we're the folks working for LGBTQ rights in our super conservative state. Now I know what you're thinking. Gay rights in Utah? Is that even a thing? Oh yeah it is, and we're kind of fierce and fabulous. We've had many successes that people told us we could never achieve. Just this January, we became the 19th state to ban LGBTQ conversion therapy, and hands down the most conservative state to do so. Utah was also the first state in the nation to overturn a ban on gay marriage. I told you we were fierce and fabulous. Now we have challenges too. In Utah, suicide is the leading cause of death for young people, and our rates have skyrocketed 141% over the last decade. Our state's culture often tells young people, you don't belong, and that has taken its toll. But we are here to change that and to show LGBTQ people how powerful they are, and we need your help.
Thank you, Equality Utah, for the work you do. You are teaching the world how to dream the impossible.
Our goal is to heal the divides in our state and to show our community that we can achieve the impossible, even in Utah.
Tonight is a night about celebrating, honoring, and showing our support for those in life who, even when hard is hit, never quit, okay?
Hey, if we can bring all these people together in Utah, we know there's hope for the world.
I just love those videos. There's so much energy and so much hope. It's uplifting for sure.
It truly is, and it shows the expertise that these nonprofits bring to really challenging issues, and it gives me a lot of hope too.
These are very complex. They're difficult, controversial. Like, it is tough to work in that space, and they have really shown that they can do it. It's amazing. Well, Katie, I want to share with you some of the leaderboard stats.
Ooh.
Really exciting. I'm not sure what it was like before we stepped in the studio. You probably know, but as of 5:40 p.m., we have raised $2.1 million.
Wow.
Last year, what was it? Last year, the total was 2.5.
Yes.
2.5.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're 400,000 away from beating that. And you said your goal is 5,500 unique donors. You're at 4,443.
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you so much for all of you out there. Keep it going.
Yes.
Now, top 3 nonprofits right now with that all nonprofit leaderboard. Mountain Trails, you called it.
Always Mountain Trails.
Park City Education Foundation.
Fantastic.
Summit Land Conservancy in number 3.
Well
and in spot number 4, Butch Cassidy and Nuzzles is neck and neck with the Peace House.
Oh, fantastic.
And so exciting. And just so you know, since we're talking about people advocacy, the Peace House is in the top spot there.
Wow, amazing. And we just saw that video talking about how the need has really increased with COVID. And I will say they switched to telehealth for some of their mental health counseling really quickly. And it's just very impressive to me when nonprofits can bring that level of responsiveness to tough challenges. So way to go, Peace House.
Absolutely. And we really need to thank our sponsors for the People in Advocacy Leaderboard.
We do. So we are so grateful to our leaderboard sponsor, Blue Sky. If you haven't been up there and checked out that amazing property, hotel, ranch, it is absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Blue Sky. They are a multi-year leadership board sponsor, and we are so happy. We also want to thank Jones Waldo, Outlet Park City and Doubletree, a new sponsor this year, Bob and Susan Richer, who truly give of their heart, treasure, everything, and Vessel Kitchen, who nourishes our soul to fantastic food. Thank you to all of our sponsors.
Incredible generosity coming from this bunch. Katie, earlier in this live stream, you talked about how you had to pivot and you have this parade, like an all community-wide parade this year. I heard as I was walking into the studio how fun it was, how amazing it was. And we have the Grand Marshals of the parade, Brad and Whitney Olch, on Zoom, ready to talk to us and tell us about this amazing event. Brad, Whitney, are you there? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Whitney's on mute, so I guess I'll have to talk. Hey, the parade was great, well attended, not only participants, but it was amazing to see so many people along the parade route.
I love that. So for those who don't know, Brad Olch is a 3-time mayor of Park City, but most importantly, he is one of the founders at the Park City Community Foundation. Whitney is his daughter, born and raised Parkite, and is now one of our board members. So they truly are a family that gives across all generations. They had 3 generations in Brad's hot sports car in the Grand Marshal for the parade, and I got to wave to them and Whitney's cute kids, and it was absolutely awesome.
That's so amazing. So tell us a bit about the route, Brad or Whitney.
Go ahead, Whit.
I mean, it was, we actually commented multiple times that how impressed we were and how much thought went into it. I mean, it started at the base of Park City, the Three Kings chairlift, Park City Mountain Resort, and went through Old Town, Prospector, Park Meadows, all the way out to through Pinebrook, and then crossed 80 and then back up towards Old Ranch Road, Silver Creek or Silver Summit. I mean, it was really long, and then it also actually went through the whole Silver Springs neighborhood. I mean, it was really great and thoughtful, and I feel like it touched a lot of the community members, and it was cool. It was fun.
And you had a police escort. We really need to thank the police for helping along with
they
this.
did an incredible job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both the Park City Police as well as the motorcycle officers from the county.
And I think I saw a fire truck. Is there a fire truck? That's always a crowd pleaser.
There was a fire truck behind me, yes.
So I have to ask, I mean, how many cars? I think I heard 30 cars, 30 vehicles. How was that?
That's probably a really good number, and worked really well.
Yeah. Did you hold up traffic? Were there people honking and beeping? Probably because you're holding up traffic. I mean, they're probably excited because of Live PC, Give PC, but maybe you're holding up traffic at Kimball Junction. I don't know. Did you experience any of that?
We held up a lot of traffic, but I think people actually were, kind of curious and enthused.
Yes, absolutely. Raised a lot of curiosity, I'm sure.
So Brad and Whitney, you have both experienced 10 years of Live PC, Give PC. And I'm wondering if you can share with us, what it was like in the first year or two and what it's like now for you.
I'm really old, so I can't even remember 10 years ago. I mean, look where we are today. And, so much of the credit goes to Katie and her staff, putting this together year in and year out. And the growth has been just phenomenal.
Whitney, I'd love to hear about your children and how they get involved with Live PC, Give PC.
Oh, well, my kids think it's a holiday. They both went to, they've both been in matching with me orange t-shirts all day. I actually did commit to, sorry, Katie, this might cause you a problem. But next year I have already promised Blythe that she could take the day off from school and do honkin' waves with me all day. Because she thinks that looks really fun. And, obviously growing up with a level of awareness and things like that, I think is important. I did, so I'm okay with it.
That's such a great point, though, just that awareness about giving from a young age. And as a family that's lived in Park City for a long time, how do you feel about Park City's culture of giving? Like, what do you think creates that? And tell us about how that has evolved over the years.
I mean, we've always had a nonprofit component to Park City, and in the past, before the Community Foundation, we always had a situation where the dozen or so nonprofits or whatever the number was years and years ago, were really out competing, for the same dollars from the same donors. Since the Community Foundation came online, and certainly with this Day of Giving in 10 years, it's now so spread out and so beneficial for all of the nonprofits, and I think that's what's really great about this, is that all of the nonprofits get behind this Day of Giving. They all benefit from it, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Yeah, and we're talking about, oftentimes, and for a newcomer, they might think Park City Community Foundation, but this is really our entire county, Summit County, Park City together. And so hence the parade going through all of these different neighborhoods, starting from Old Town, which really is the heart of Park City, and going all the way out to Pine Brook, where you're out really in the suburbs of Park City, if you will, or they might call themselves the suburbs of Salt Lake, but it really is, greater Park City.
Yes, and we have nonprofits that serve the whole county, and someday we'd probably like to bring the parade out to Oakley and Camas and Colville and truly make it a county-wide. But it's our first year, and we're so glad that we had awesome grand marshals to lead the way.
And when it comes, and when it is countywide, I think, Whitney, maybe you might get your kids might get their wish. Maybe it should become a Park City holiday.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Brad, Whitney, for being with us on Zoom and to share with us all of these stories from the parade. I mean, I wish I was there in person. Were you able to go and cheer them on?
I was, right? I grabbed my kids, we ran to the side of the road and cheered them on. It was really fun.
Super fun. All right, thank you, Brad, Whitney, and thank you for everything that you've done for the community.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thanks so much.
Yep, thank you. And thank you. I also think we need to thank Mike Ruzick and his entire Live Give crew.
Absolutely. There's been a big task force putting together Live PC, Give PC this year, and especially having to adapt to the new environment. They had a lot of challenges, and they've done amazing. Well, we're about to wrap up the first hour of this live stream. In the next hour, you're going to be joined by Conrad Yacobelis from PCTV, as well as Diego Zagara, who is the Community Impact Director for the Park City Community Foundation. And starting at 6 o'clock, this is a big reveal, it is Power Hour. What is that, Katie?
Power Hour. So Power Hours are really exciting. For the first 200 donors starting at the 6 o'clock hour, you will have $10 added to your donation. Now, so many of those donations are also matched. So this is an opportunity to really, really leverage your dollars for bigger impact. Power Hour, it starts at 6.
All right. Well, I can't wait for the next hour. You are going to be joined by Conrad and Diego. Thank you, Katie. We're going to come back at 7 p.m. and we'll see you then.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to the second hour of the Live PC, Give PC live stream here on Park City Television. I'm Conrad Yacobelis from Park City Television, and the man to my left, or stage right, needs no introduction because he's all over the community, but I'll do the best I can. Diego Zagara, thank you so much for joining us today.
Muchas gracias, Conrad. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I wish I could brush up on my Spanish. I'll like, yo hablo muy poquito español.
Muy bien, muy bien.
Así. Diego always does that every time he's on Park City TV, and it's fantastic because it reminds me how great this community is, how eclectic this community is, and we're talking about education right now. It's the Power Hour.
It is the Power Hour, as Katie just reminded us. We're going to be boosting donations starting in just 2 minutes at 6 p.m. And for the next little bit, we're going to be highlighting the education leaderboard and different nonprofits.
Yes, let's take a look at the education leaderboard right now. I think that one thing about education is definitely from early childhood education all the way through, about up to college, we're going to be covering today. All those are really important topics to be covering. And Park City does a good job of, housing all of those education opportunities. And again, we're going to be taking a look at the educational leaderboard right now, as we can see, presented by Dominion Energy right there. Up top, we have, Booth, can you tell us who's up top? We have the Park City Education Foundation up top right now. Of course, they are absolutely fantastic. And then the second is Joseph James Morelli Legacy Education Foundation. Thank you so much for that, Booth. And then we have Park City Reads in third. PC Tots in fourth, and then fifth, we have Park City, what was that, Booth? Base School rounding out there in fifth place. So absolutely fantastic job going on right now. And again, it is a Power Hour, so that means every donation is powered by $20.
Yes, for the first 200 donors, we're going to be adding money to your donation. So this is the time to give if you haven't yet, or give again. There are so many great organizations in this space, and we're blessed here in Park City. We have one of the best school districts, probably the best school district in the state. But even then, there are gaps that the nonprofits help fill, the Education Foundation being one of them.
Now, and another thing with education is the accessibility and the equity that comes with education. I know you're a man who can talk about the ladder forever and ever. So let's kind of dive into that right now. Let's talk about education, accessibility, and equity, and exactly what that means.
For sure. So we talked a little bit about the nonprofits that are raising dollars today through Live PC, Give PC in the space of education. Big Brothers, Big Sisters, PC Tots, PC Reads. There are so many. The ones that the Community Foundation has been putting a lot of energy and interest into lately is early childhood education. We know that access and opportunity starts at birth. And we have so many students that are getting to kindergarten not necessarily ready to learn. So the Community Foundation, with many partners, has invested in this space and is looking to advance the percentage of students in Summit County that are ready for that. How many students each year? In each grade, about 400. There's about 425 babies being born in Summit County. It feels like we can have an impact. It almost feels like you can wrap your arms around them and say, we are committing to every student arriving to kindergarten ready, and that's what we're doing.
I mean, yeah, when we're talking about early education, we're talking from ages newborn to 3 years old. I mean, this is early education, which is so important because, again, kids at that age are like sponges. They're going to take everything up. So why not start to get them educated and start to get them soaking up all that knowledge?
Absolutely. And I think we're going to be highlighting some of those nonprofits here in a bit, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah, right now we're actually going to take a look at the Early Childhood Alliance, a video that showcases the Carpio family. They're from Venezuela, and they've had success with Early Childhood Alliance. So let's take a look at that right now.
Cuando decidimos venirnos, a raíz de tantas situaciones en Venezuela, económicas, cuestiones personales.
En este país, por lo menos nuestras personas, de mi parte y mi esposa, estamos aquí por nuestros hijos. Estamos para darle una buena educación y una buena calidad de vida. Yo llegué aquí, bueno, primero llegué yo. Yo llegué un 12 de mayo de 2017 a las 2:30 a.m. de la madrugada.
Solo por nosotros veníamos sin nada.
Sin nada.
O sea, veníamos con el pasaje.
Nothing.
No teníamos dónde rentar, ni siquiera para rentar y pagar el primer mes.
Hasta las 12, 2:30, 1 de la mañana. No veía a mi familia, pero no me importaba. Con tal ellos estuviesen bien, no me importaba. Para mí es la fundación de los principios y los valores de un niño.
Yo pienso que es lo principal. Es lo básico, porque ellos en sus primeros 5 años, todo lo que reciben ya es lo que ellos van a hacer.
Para Maxi es todo, es el futuro. Primero, la educación. Segundo, lectura, conocimiento. Tercero, aprendizaje.
Ellos lo envían directo por el correo a nosotros que tenemos a los niños inscritos. Y yo me doy cuenta hasta ahorita que es muy importante y que los niños van adquiriendo ese hábito. Con Holy Cross me pasó que ellos lo hacíamos por videollamada, me enviaban las cosas, lo traían al correo y me llamaban y me explicaban lo que yo tenía que hacer, las actividades que yo tenía que hacer. Ellos cerraron totalmente en marzo, cerraron y arrancaron el 1 de julio. Y todo ha estado hasta ahorita muy bien.
Y lo que más importa y lo que nos ha ayudado a nosotros también, a nivel económico, que persiste todavía la ayuda hacia nosotros a nivel monetario, en el sentido que sigue la misma contribución hacia nosotros a la ayuda, que pagamos lo mismo que estamos pagando antes. O sea, es una bendición de Dios, de quien sea, o donde sea, por donde tú lo veas, de que tu hijo, o sea, lea o quiera escribir algo.
Satisfactorio,
Sí,
porque la vida que estamos dándole, todo lo que les estamos dando a Isaac y a Maxi, es algo totalmente diferente a lo que nosotros hemos vivido en nuestras edades de ellos, pues.
Hi, this is Pat Matheson, Chair of the Board at Park City Tots. Thank you so much for your support during Live PC, Give PC. We couldn't do what we do without you. At Park City Tots, we provide affordable, high-quality learning for infants through 5-year-olds. All of the children we serve are children of members of the local workforce. Economic recovery depends on the services that we provide. So thank you so much for your support.
Hi, I'm Anka. I'm the center director here at PC Tots.
Wheels on the bus go round and round all through the town. The wipers on the bus, they open and shut, open and shut, open and shut. The doors on the bus.
Welcome back, everybody. So that's a look at Early Childhood Alliance, and that last video was PC Tots. Again, we're talking early childhood development in education right now, something that's very, very important because, again, kids are sponges at that age. They need to start soaking up all the knowledge possible. And, again, Park City does such a fantastic job with incorporating as many nonprofits as they can to help with childhood education. Right, Diego?
Absolutely. So the Early Childhood Alliance was born at the Community Foundation with the support of many partners. And its job is to coordinate, collaborate, bring providers together, and really set the table for that conversation to happen. PC Tots, one of the critical organizations, not just as a member of the Alliance, but in this organization. I mean, supporting parents, supporting working parents left and right. I don't know where those families would be without an organization such as PC Tots that serves, in a normal year, over 100 students.
And that's something that you hit that is something that I think is not always thought about with early education is we're supporting parents too. These are, early parents. These are, sometimes having their second, third kid. And especially in this chaotic year that it's been, it's super important to have that outlet where especially right now, to get maybe that little social interaction for kids, because again, they're sponges, they're going to want to be social, they're going to want to learn. Just speaking in general, I mean, do we see almost a younger parenting demographic in Park City? Do you think it's more normal demographic of parenting in Park City?
I think so. PC Tots serves kids 0 to 5. We see a gamut of parents access those services, but I'd say that likely over 95% of those parents are working parents, in some cases both. So I think that, again, what PC Tots is providing for this community is immeasurable, and I'm so grateful. They're helping us close inequities, and they are addressing that at the core and at a very young age. We see that I'm certain that we're going to see them after, say, 5 years. They've been around for about 4 years now, but after 5, 6, 7 years, we're going to see measurable outcomes for those students that have participated in PC Tots versus a cohort of students who may not have benefited from that.
It's getting them in that environment early. It's getting them used to teaching. And speaking of teaching, we have our first interview right now with Rebecca Gonzalez. She is with Bright Futures, and she is a local teacher. So Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
We greatly appreciate you joining us. So I guess the first question, or I guess I should say, can you introduce yourself a little bit to the audience if they don't know who you are?
Of course. Hi, Diego.
Hola, Rebecca. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. So I'm Rebecca Gonzalez, and I am part of the Park City Education Foundation program under Bright Futures. So Bright Futures started about 5 years ago, and I launched this actually while I was in college. So getting my college degree as a teacher, I was thinking to myself, I'm a first generation college student myself. How can I help my community, and how can I help others who are in the same position that I was at the time? And that's when we thought about creating Bright Futures here in our community. And it's a replication from a very successful program in Pomona, California called Bright Prospects. So we're able to have the support here in Park City because of the Park City Education Foundation believing in this program and carrying it out through one of their high impact programs. So I'm a teacher here at Ecker, and I teach 6th grade, and I'm currently inspiring my 6th graders to really believe in themselves and think that college is a reality for them, and still helping high school students along the way. So I'm really happy that Live Give PC offers us the opportunity to continue to support first generation college students.
So Rebecca, first question, you just gave us the background of this. Why Bright Futures? If I'm donating money, why should I donate to Bright Futures? Why is Bright Futures so important for kids in education?
Yes. So we have 3 buckets of support. We have our emergency fund bucket, and currently with the pandemic that's happening, it's definitely affecting our first generation college students and their families, and we want to make sure that students are staying in school and staying in college so that they don't have to pitch into their families financially. We want them to stay in school, and we want to be able to help their families in emergency assistance that they might need, so that kids know that they're doing their job by staying in school, and we're going to help their families meet their needs in other areas and partnering with other community organizations. And then we also have the scholarship fund, where we are able to financially support students for all 4 years of college in terms of creating an incentive for them to know that, hey, every year we're going to make sure that you have good grades, that you have a support system, that you have a mentor, that you have care packages, that you have your crew, that you have people there cheering you along the way so that you get to the finish line. And I know that was super important for me as a college student. I didn't have Bright Futures, so now we have such a big support system to close those gaps and make sure students graduate from college. And the third support is we offer high school support and college support. So that's the other bucket of support, and it's so important in our community. And I'm realizing by the amount of support that we're getting this year, that people are realizing, that this is an important issue and that this community cares about the future, because these students are going to be the future of this community, and they're investing in this community long term, and that to me makes me feel so happy to live here, to be a part of this community, and to have been that my parents decided for me to grow up here, because I want to continue inspire leaders in the community and to create more leaders, you know, to have these positions where they're giving back to the community too.
Wow, I mean that was an Oscar-worthy speech for a reason why Bright Futures is so important. Diego, I believe you have a question for Rebecca.
Yes, Rebecca, I'm wondering if you can share quickly a success story from Bright Futures.
Yes, we have so many success stories. You know, we've been able to help a family whose dad, a student of ours, her dad is an Uber driver, and during the pandemic, you know, they suffered a lot of challenges, and we wanted to make sure that the student made sure that she focused solely on her school and her academics. And we were able to help the father who suffered a car accident cover some of the car accident expenses. And so the student was super grateful, and she got also help from other organizations in the community. And, you know, that to me is a success story. You know, we're making sure that students know that we're there, that we're their third family or second family, and that we are there to help close the gaps and make sure that they know that their dreams are not going to be shadowed by certain unexpected emergencies that happen. Because I know I had a lot of emergencies and I didn't have the support that these students have now, and we know that they know that they can count on us, and their families know that, you know, we are in it 100% for every single student. And this is what today's all about, right? Investing in our community, investing in the future. And there's just so many successes of students, you know, once they're in the program, they reach the stars and they motivate each other, and they've applied to as many scholarships and as many colleges that they can see themselves in. And that to me is the most rewarding thing, making sure that students know that they can be in college, that they can see themselves in institutions that, you know, are going to be creating their career path. And so that to me is why there's just so many success stories, you know, and I can tell you so many, and we're posting actively on our social media. So anyone watching can go to our social media pages so that they can see those stories, and they can see in pictures, and, you know, these students have big smiles and have big dreams. And that's what we want to make sure that we make these dreams come true.
Rebecca, I mean, absolutely fantastic. The fact that you're saying I have so many success stories to tell you is a positive outlook for Bright Futures. Can you real quick give us some more information if people want to check out Bright Futures?
Yes, if you want to check out Bright Futures, we are on social media under PCEF Bright Futures, and on Instagram we are in Bright Futures PC. And you can also learn more at Park City Education Foundation's website, pcforkids.org, I believe. Yes, and you guys can learn more about our program there. And Diego is also part of our board, so he can also give you guys a lot of information about our program. So we're happy that Diego's also a huge supporter and a huge advocate for students, and making sure that college is a reality for all students of Park City.
College should be a reality for all students in Park City. Rebecca Gonzalez, thank you so much for joining us today. And again, Bright Futures, you're going to want to check it out. And speaking of checking it out, we're actually going to check out a Bright Futures video right now.
Bright Futures has really helped me with the process to getting into college. And when I was a senior, I had no idea on how to apply, since my parents didn't go to college, so I had no idea where to start. And Bright Futures helped me through the process of applying to college, applying to scholarships and FAFSA, and thanks to them, I am where I am now.
Thanks to Bright Futures, I was able to get an internship opportunity with Summit Land Conservancy, which helped develop my professional communication skills through email and outreach to the Latinx community.
So thanks to the generosity of the Park City Ed Foundation and Bright Futures, I was able to fill the gap that as a non-documented student I had. Because of my status, I was not able to receive federal funding or receive any type of loans from any bank. Many of the scholarships were actually even shut to me, but Bright Futures always kept their doors open and gave me a generous amount of money to get me to the place I am now, and I'm incredibly grateful.
Bright Futures is more than just a good idea. This is a model that's working. We're in our 5th year and have more than 90 students in the program. We're making a long-term commitment to these kids, starting in 10th grade with college readiness curriculum, creating professional development and mentor opportunities, and providing financial support that makes all the difference in getting these kids to the graduation finish line.
Thank you to everyone in our community and everyone outside of our community who has supported Bright Futures for all these years. We definitely would not be here without your support and love. And we just want to make sure that we're reaching everyone that we possibly can. So please donate this Live Give BC.
I think it's about showing each child what they're capable of, that they can achieve, that they can persist, that they are empowered.
Yare, do you want to go swimming one day?
Yes.
What's your favorite color?
Pink.
Pink? I like pink too. Do you like cats?
Yes.
Do you have a cat?
Yes.
What's your cat's name?
Mario.
Mario? That's a nice name.
My name's Amanda Harper. I'm a member of the board for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Utah. Big Brothers Big Sisters creates and supports one-to-one mentoring with children and adult volunteers here in the state of Utah. And they do it with the guiding principle that all children have immense potential, and believe that our communities should defend that potential. It's an investment, not just in the lives of one person today, but in the future of our communities here in Utah.
Do you want to find more cannonballs?
Yeah.
Okay, let's find some more cannonballs.
We know that children with opportunity gaps are less likely to thrive as adults. And research shows that a strong mentorship presence in that child's life not only improves outcomes in the moment for that child, but also into adulthood. Through Big Brothers Big Sisters, we've seen improvements in outcomes in both social, emotional outcomes, but also children who are mentored through Big Brother Big Sister are more likely to achieve higher levels of education. We're a community that believes that the children in the state of Utah are our most important resource. I had a big sister. Someone saw and defended my potential. And I hope we can all say that. I hope we can all say that someone stood for us, someone supported us. And if we can, then it's our duty to pay it forward and defend someone else's potential.
So that was a look at Bright Futures, Big Brother, Big Sister Utah, and also the Waylaman School of Discovery. And I just want to say thank you so much to the sponsors for the Educational Leaderboard, Dominion Energy, Mike and Aaron Ruzek, Elliott Work Group, Ed Robinson, and the Agile Cap. We're seeing it right there. So thank you so much to all of our sponsors right now. We deeply appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. And right now we're going to throw it over to Diego, who's going to be taking a look at the social media feed from today.
Thank you so much, Conrad. Quickly, I'm getting new numbers from today. Updated giving on Live PC, Give PC. We're at $2,369,499. Wow. We are approximating last year's total, which is amazing. And it's only 620. Thank you, everyone that keeps on giving. Additionally, we have unique donors. Remember, the goal for today is 5,500 donors. We are at 4,725. Wow. Alrighty. Tell your friends, tell your family to keep supporting nonprofits. You can refer them to our social media channel, Park City CF on Instagram, which has been blowing up all day. Folks are tagging us with the hashtag LivePC, and I've been seeing a lot of movement, a lot of activity. Remember, it's a boost. I think it might still be going. I know there's been a lot of new donors over the last 20 minutes, but that started at 6. You may have a chance to get in on that boost. And that's kind of how it's looking right before we move on to our Keep On Moving leaderboard. Before we do that, that's the crew over at the office. We've been having a good day. Before we move on to the Keep On Moving leaderboard, I believe we have a short video of Ted Ligety that's going to kick us off.
Hi everyone, I'm Ted Ligety. It's that time of year again for Live PC, Give PC. We're so lucky to live here in Park City, which has so many amazing nonprofits that really help our community be so special, whether it's sports and recreations programs for our kids and just getting outdoors in general or the arts. It's so cool. So I hope you guys join me in supporting all these great nonprofits in Park City and making Park City such an amazing place. Thank you.
All right, that was a VIP Ted Ligety. We want to say thank you so much for Ted for giving us that video. And we're going to be taking a look at the leaderboard right now. We are in Keep Moving. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. And I just want to say, again, thank you so much to everybody for giving money to Live PC, Give PC. We're taking a look at the sponsors right now for our next half an hour. With the number one being Utah Health Plans, University of Utah right there. Summit Sotheby's. Diego, can you name off some?
Yeah, of course. We got Richard Pack and Barbara Simonja. Sorry, the type is a little tiny. Might have you finish, actually.
So we have Summit Sotheby's, we have the Whitney Ulch, and then we have, looks like Mercedes-Benz is right there. We have the Richard Pack and Barbara Simonja. And then Booth, can you give me the last sponsor? It's a little tiny on the screens for us. Mercedes-Benz, and is that it? That's it for the sponsors? That's it for the sponsors. Thank you so much for those sponsors. We're taking a look at the leaderboard right now for, again, we are Keep Moving. Number one, I don't think is a shocker, Mountain Trails is number one on their leaderboard. Park City Soccer Club is at number 2. Number 3 is at NAC. Number 4, we have Park City Ski and Snowboard, and then at number 5 we have YSA. All organizations that I have interviewed countlessly on Park City TV. All fantastic organizations. Can you talk about how important activities are in Park City, Diego?
This is what Park City is all about: getting outside. The organizations that are raising dollars on this leaderboard highlight how critical, how important, how park guides hold this specific, our ability to get outside, our trails, in such high esteem. We partner with so many of these organizations, and we're so happy to see them there. I can't say enough good things about those folks.
Well, and I think also something about, activities in Park City, a big reason why people come to Park City, first of all, is because of the outdoor recreations that are here. From mountain biking to rock climbing to skiing and snowboard. We have Deer Valley, we have PCMR, we have canyons, we have absolutely fantastic outdoor activities to do. And then that's kind of why people come and move here. And these people who are outdoorsy come visit Park City for the outdoor activities, move here for the outdoor activities, and of course they want their kids to get involved with the outdoor activities. They want themselves to get involved with the outdoor activities. So having all these foundations that help the outdoors, it's something that just makes sense for Park City.
Absolutely. And one of the ways in which the Community Foundation gets involved here is through our Solomon Fund initiative, which focuses on increasing access and opportunity for Latinx youth.
So let's take a look at the Solomon Foundation right now. Again, it's an initiative of Park City Community Foundation. The fund is focused, as Diego said, on addressing low-income Latino communities, limited in participation in sports in Park City, which, it's something huge to get everybody involved as early as we can with the community in sports, because sports is such a healthy activity to do. It's proven physically and mentally to benefit people. So, you don't want to disgrace from everybody. You want to get everyone involved. And right now we're going to check out Stephanie's story from the Solomon Foundation.
Stephanie empezó a bailar desde muy pequeña. Yo la tuve en un deporte que es gimnasia y la veía que sus movimientos más que la gimnasia era bailar, fuera música en español, en inglés, el tipo de música que sea, siempre le ha agarrado ritmo. Se le ve que tiene ese talento para bailar, le gusta.
When I met Stephanie for the first time, she was this cute little shy girl. And what I've seen is the impact dance has had on her and how she's come out of her shell and become this whole new person.
It's really good to have opportunities like this. I got into academy, now I'm like really grateful for all that. I'm like dancing Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. I feel like, wow, I'm really good at this. I can actually be something when I'm older.
En lo personal con mi hija lo he visto en el cambio de la seguridad, de ser segura. Y pienso que se me hace una herramienta muy buena porque de ella depende, o sea, con la seguridad que se sienta para querer luchar por lo que ella quiera. Entonces, lo he visto que logró desenvolver esa habilidad de agarrarlo, ¿verdad? De sentirse segura porque no lo tenía. Muy insegura, con miedo, y ahora la veo que le ha ayudado el baile. Como madre de familia que soy, siempre, bueno, con el hijo mayor que tengo, ¿verdad? Siempre he sido apoyarlos en lo que más les guste.
Stephanie's mom always wanted her to participate fully via sports and rec. Latino families did not always have that opportunity. We would like to change that. We would like to help, and Stephanie's an example in how we can do that. Our job as Park City Community Foundation is to identify those big community issues and go after them and address them. Solomon Fund, Integration Through Recreation, is an example of how we're doing that.
1, 2, 3, yeah!
Battle.
I'll be fine. I'll do it. Well, here goes something, I guess. I'm gonna jump.
Zia Terry epitomizes what we see every day here at the Olympic Park. Young athletes being faced with a big challenge.
Do you go faster on the in run?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Is it any steeper, do you think? Not much?
Same steepness, it's just longer.
Well, just longer. Just longer. Just a bigger 20, that's all.
Yep. Have
It's a
fun.
bigger 20. Go ahead. I got it. Okay. Here. I go.
She herself makes the decision to go and to face her fears. And she'll use that skill for the rest of her life.
60 seems like nothing now. Whoa!
And building those skills through effective programs that we offer is a hallmark of what our legacy is all about. For a lot of the kids, it's a place to learn something new, to be with their friends, and to enjoy outdoor recreational sport.
So as I look at the Solomon Foundation, the National Ability Center, and the Utah Olympic Legacy Foundation, and right now we're going to be talking to a member of the community who has been in sports and is going to talk about how important sports are to the community. So I'd like to welcome Enrique Sanchez joining us today. Thank you so much for joining us today, Enrique.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
So Enrique, I'm going to throw over to Diego, who's going to have the first question for you.
Enrique, buenas noches. How are you?
Buenas noches, Diego. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing well. Briefly tell us just a little bit about yourself, and also what role did sports play in your life growing up here in Park City?
For sure. So I'm Enrique Sanchez. I've been a long-time Parkite. My family and I moved here when I was 2 years old back in 2000. It has been such a great experience for me, and so many opportunities have been given to me from this community. And one of those opportunities came from sports. I first started sports when I was in the 5th grade, joining the Park City youth football teams. And the opportunities that it brought me was just, it was so much that I continue to use in my daily lives. The skills, the social interactions that I was able to make with my peers. And, you know, before even going to Ecker Hill, I was able to meet kids from outside of my school and be able to make networking connections like that at such a young age.
Now, Enrique, why do you think sports gave you those opportunities? Was it because you were meeting people in the community? Was it because you were kind of being a face joining sports? What exactly about sports gave you all those opportunities in the community?
Well, the great thing about sports is that you have just such a diversity of people, and the amazing thing is that you really get to see like a huge culture shock, especially for me coming from a Latino family. I was able to see the American football side of how the Anglo community is able to really get together and, you know, practice weekly. And then every Saturday have those weekly football meetings that were competitive against other cities around the state. And it really just brought like families together, because like even our parents were able to participate, bringing snacks and carpooling and just like all these different ways that we were able to interact with each other, not just in the classroom, but, you know, we would be able to hang out after practice, before practice.
Diego, do you have any follow-up questions for Enrique?
Enrique, you are a member of the Solomon Fund Grants Committee. We were just talking a little bit about what the Solomon Fund does. In your time involved with the Solomon Fund, what has your experience been like? What have you observed between the intersection of equity and access to sports?
The Solomon Fund has been such a great thing for our community. It's what was lacking back when I was first joining sports. It gives our communities, especially the Latinx community, an opportunity to join these sports that typically the thing that holds people back is the money, not being able to have the money to do these things. So what the Solomon Fund Committee has done is be able to bridge that gap for the Latinx community and the community members who just aren't able to do these opportunities because of money. It's been such an honor to be a part of this committee and be able to help provide these opportunities, because I know that when I was their age, it brought me so much, and I hope that it brings young Parkites this opportunity that one day they will be able to come back to our community and do the same thing.
Now, Enrique, real quick, as you said, money sometimes limits people being able to join sports, which is something that is always a tragedy because playing more sports is always good. Real quick, can you talk about whether or not being active in sports led to you volunteering for the Park City Police Department and joining that community as too? Was there a bridge for that? Did you see a community build up from sports and wanting to go further into the community?
I would say that there was definitely some direct ties. It provided me skills about teamwork and just all these other skills that have really allowed me in my current career to be able to communicate better and really just all these skills that are learned on the field are skills that I will continue to use for the rest of my life. And it's been an inspiration for me to continue my work on the community. And I'm, apart from that, I'm also a board member of the Park City Youth Football Board of Directors now as well.
I mean, I think, Diego, one thing I'm taking away from Enrique's story is that sports led to so many opportunities for you and really helped shine through the community and get you further into the community. Diego, do you have any follow-up questions before we have to end our conversation with Enrique?
Just express a lot of gratitude for everything you do, for your support with the Salomon Fund and all the other organizations you're involved in. Thank you, Enrique. Gracias.
Thank you guys so much for having us.
Again, that was Enrique Sanchez. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to take a look at the sponsors again one more time for this Sports Keep Moving Education Leader, or Sports Leaderboard, I should say. Education was earlier. And we're seeing right now that the sponsors are the University of Utah Health, Summit Sotheby's, Winnie Olch, Barbara Zamanja, and Richard Pack, and then Garf Mercedes. Absolutely some big players in those sponsors. So that's absolutely amazing seeing Mercedes and University of Utah attached to this leaderboard. And I want to say thank you so much, Diego, for joining me this hour. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Conrad. That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. So I am going to say goodbye to Diego right now, who you will see throughout the entire community. And I'm going to move over to my next co-host, who I'm excited to introduce. So let me move over right now as I say goodbye to Diego. Goodbye, Diego. And I'm going to move over to our next stage right here where we have Mike Ruzek. Mike, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you. I'm so glad you came over here. I felt so far from you at the other stage. So thanks, Conrad.
This is interesting. I have never met you before. This whole next block is about health, mental wellness, physical wellness. Can you give a quick introduction about yourself to me and to the audience so people know who you are?
Sure. My name is Mike Ruzek, and I'm a board member of the Community Foundation for the last 6 or 7 years, and have been chair/co-chair of Live PC, Give PC for about 6 years, and involved for 7 or 8 years. So quite a while. The first year we were trying to raise $750,000. We raised $823,000, and actually this year, I'm just going to say this right now, we are right at what we raised last year dollar-wise. We're still a little short on our donors, but money-wise, nice job.
I mean, that is huge, being able to say, hey, last year we matched considering just the circumstances that we're in for this crazy year. And this next block, again, we're about physical wellness. We're about mental wellness, which is something that's very important to me, very important to Park City, as we have shows that deal with mental and physical wellness. Right now, we're going to thank our sponsors for the Healthy Minds and Healthy Body section, as we're seeing right there. We have the Taskalier Club, a private wonderland, if you will. We have Surefoot, Bradley A. Olch, and we have the Elevated Wellness as our last sponsor. So thank you so much to all of those sponsors. Can you talk about how important it is having sponsors for this?
Well, this can't happen without the sponsors, quite honestly. And all of the leaderboard sponsors have been so integral in making this the day that it really is, above and beyond what it was before. So thank you to everyone who you've mentioned, Conrad. And mental health is super important. I mean, this year in particular with COVID in the last 8 years, I think we can all acknowledge that it's affected us. 1 out of 5 Americans deal with some sort of mental health issue every single year. And that's only gone up over the last 8 months. And kids especially have had a real effect from this last 8 months with COVID. So
I mean, we're seeing everybody, every generation, every age group be affected, and it's amazing just, kind of going over all the topics that we've been over, from education to physical activity to wellness. how COVID has affected all those. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard right now, again, for this Healthy Minds and Healthy Bodies. And number 1, we have People's Health Clinic. Coming in at 2, we have Eats Park City.
Yes.
Number 3, we have Utah Avalanche Center. At
Yes.
number 4, we have Connect. And then at number 5, we have Planned Parenthood. You can't go wrong with any of those organizations.
You can't at all. It's fantastic to see the support that they all have.
And I mean, it's also it's an eclectic variety. There's a lot of different groups there. All the way, we're seeing Connect, we're seeing Utah Avalanche, we're seeing Planned Parenthood, which right now is I think a group that definitely needs the support with everything that's going on.
That's right. And to the point that we talk about the ability to go outside even is connected to positive mental health. So that's why you're seeing some of these organizations on this board. So mental health connects to just general positive wellness. So, it makes sense that all of these organizations are together on that board.
Oh, totally. And now we're going to check out our first video from the Park City Community Foundation's Mental Wellness Alliance.
Park City Community Foundation is devoted to making sure there's broad community impact on issues that matter. After 2 13-year-old boys died from opioid use in 2016, the community was just shocked. People said, this can't happen again. How do we prevent this next time? When we heard that people were looking for a way to come together to fight substance abuse, to also address issues of mental health, we said, we're in a good place to help with that. We know some of the folks to bring together, and the ones we don't know, we can find. The first thing that we did was look for some of the key partners in the community that were already working on this issue. So we got early on in the room the Park City School District, the Summit County Health Department, Connect Summit County, and we were able to actually get a conversation started to change things.
1 in 5 people will experience a mental health challenge in their lifetime, and we have really brought it out to a community concern. We've normalized the conversation.
The mission of Connect is to create a stigma-free community in Summit County, to provide access to existing resources in Summit County, and also to advocate for increased spending on behavioral health.
Connect evolved right around the same time that my now 18-year-old son was hospitalized. He was in one hospital for 2 weeks, came out, was re-entered another hospital 3 days later, was in that hospital for 2 weeks, and then he ended up in the Utah State Hospital in Provo. So he was in the psychiatric hospital for 8 months. He's bipolar, and currently he's in a residential treatment program for 3 months. I had no idea what we were entering. It was so foreign to me. The fact that people from Connect had the same or similar situations was just, you can't even imagine how comforting it was to know that I had my community.
Connect is really the first organization that's been focused on advocacy for mental health, mental wellness issues, and that's making a big difference in raising awareness and actually creating readiness for change. Park City Community Foundation is proud to be able to support Connect directly through grants that we've made to them, and also by helping bring them to the table as one of the key partners in the Summit County Mental Wellness Alliance.
To know that they are working hard to expand services in this community, so that maybe my son can come back here and live a decent life if we have the services available for him.
Park City Community Foundation continues to impress me, their activism in this community, and that they want to create a collective impact. Without the Park City Community Foundation as our backbone, Connect would not be where it is today.
Seeing Ollie and others just embrace it with full spirit is really soothing, because I feel like I'm being taken care of.
I hope for the future that this community continues to rally around this cause and so many other causes to come, and that we can stand up for what's right and what's good and what's going to make this the best place it can be.
All right, so we just saw a video right there on mental wellness. And of course, mental wellness is something that is kind of a silent killer, I guess you could say, something that's not necessarily seen, something like a physical, broken arm or a broken leg. Can you talk about how important it is to get mental health and especially the vast foundations that will help you in Park City with it?
It's actually one of the biggest stigmas is that you can't see mental health. And so people look at it or have looked at it differently than physical health. And I think it's wonderful that that the stigma is starting to come down, even with Michael Phelps and the recent HBO documentary, The Weight of Gold, using the athlete foundation, much like the Speedy Foundation did with Jarrett Speedy Peterson, who passed away due to mental health issues. This is here in our community, whether it's mental health or substance abuse issues. So I'm so thankful for all of the donations coming to the mental health organizations.
And it's something that you shouldn't be ashamed of. It's something that you're not weak. You're not, not okay. You're different if you have mental health issues and you need to get help. It's something that you're normal. It's okay, and you should reach out immediately. Getting help yesterday was the best choice, and getting help now is the second best choice. So we just talked about a little bit about mental health. Right now, we're going to talk about physical health, and someone who kind of helps with both is Jen Solomon from the Tall Mountain Wellness, and she is the first-time participant on Live PC, Give PC. So Jen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. This is great. That was a lovely little intro with Connect there. I got a little choked up. So thanks for all the things you said. It's really true that, you can say, oh, look, my arm is broken, and people will understand that because they can see that, but you really can't see, mental and behavioral issues oftentimes until it's too late.
Thanks, Jen. And first off, congratulations on being part of Live PC, Give PC this year. So we're always so excited to bring on new nonprofits. So congratulations there. And with that, what were your goals this year coming into Live PC, both either just big picture or donor-wise or dollar-wise? What were you looking at this day towards?
We are new. We've only been around for about a year now. So for us, what we were really hoping to get across was just for people to know that we're out there and we exist and that our services are free or donation based for anybody, groups or individuals that might be dealing with long-term effects of PTSD or chronic post-traumatic stress disorder or complex trauma or anything like that. Like, that's really what we do, is bring the body into practice as a complementary modality to talk therapy.
Now, I've had recent experience with trauma and in healing from trauma, whether it's PTSD. This is something that can get, affected in your body, whether it's in your lower body, in your arms or whatever, or in your head. Mm-hmm. Can you just talk about, some of maybe the modalities you use to help alleviate that and kind of the results you've seen from your foundation with helping with PTSD and other sorts of trauma?
Yeah. So when we're talking about stress, and we'll talk about trauma in a second, but when we're talking about stress is a body response. It happens in the body. It's a conversation between the brain and the nervous system and, physical areas of the body. And trauma, to simplify it, is when we get stuck in a stress response. On a really small level, it's like being stuck in a sneeze. If you've ever lost your sneeze and you get really excited to sneeze and you build up and then you don't sneeze, and that kind of really uncomfortable feeling that happens after on a very small, tiny scale, that's kind of what we're talking about with trauma. Trauma yoga therapy and trauma-sensitive yoga is a way to bring the body into practice. It's what we call a bottom-up processing model. So we are using the body to tell the brain that we're safe, we're okay, we're in a good place, so that the brain can then release from the sympathetic nervous system and come more into the parasympathetic nervous system, which is homeostasis. And that is, the antithesis of trauma. What we know about trauma-sensitive yoga as a whole, 8 to 10 weeks of 1 hour of trauma-sensitive yoga, in addition to talk therapy, the studies have shown after 8 to 10 weeks, most participants no longer meet the criteria for PTSD. And these studies were done on individuals who had chronic treatment-resistant PTSD. So we know that EMDR is successful because we're bringing the body into practice. Trauma sensitive yoga and trauma yoga therapy is successful because we're bringing the body into practice. And Summit County has been so wonderful to take a chance on this and accept it. So we currently teach in the Summit County Justice Center. We teach with the Summit County Recovery Foundation. We teach with Drug Court, with the University of Utah Behavioral Health. We work with Peace House. We work with Encircle and the Park City Community Foundation and the Summit County Children's Justice Center in small groups and in individual sessions.
I mean, this is a topic that can go on and on and on because there's so much. Yeah, though there's so much to healing stress and trauma. And I mean, I would love to talk about like the difference between yoga and meditation and why you put in two, because some people are afraid of maybe meditation and getting the clear mind. I'm just going to say, Mike, do you have any quick questions for Jen before we have to get on with the show?
No, I just want to say, Jen, thank you for what you're doing in our community, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And if anyone hasn't had a chance to donate to Tall Mountain, do it now while we still have some time. So thank you so much for what you're doing for everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it so much, you guys.
Again, that was Jen Solomon with Tall Mountain Wellness, something that a lot of people are dealing with. And maybe if you're dealing with stress or some sort of trauma, PTSD, definitely give a look into Tall Mountain Wellness. And right now, everybody, we're going to check out another foundation, another organization that deals with physical wellness and mental wellness. Of course, you know them. This is the People's Health Clinic.
Beth, what in the world are you doing?
John, we've been so busy here at People's Health Clinic providing health care to all of our uninsured patients at no cost. And now we're even busier than ever with our COVID patients and everyone losing their jobs and their insurance. So I'm learning how to help you guys back here in the clinic.
Please help us at People's Health Clinic during Live PC, Give PC, so we don't have to rely on this.
What? Here at People's Health Clinic, we really do take healthcare seriously. Thank you for all your support during Live PC, Give PC.
I've always had this deep-seated belief that everybody deserves access to healthcare, and our patients have come to really trust this clinic and to rely on us being here for them. When I am able to take care of somebody and help them get healthier, and they can go back to work, or they can be available more for their kids, I feel great because they feel great, and the clinic is a success. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Hello, I'm Jordan. My favorite thing about SOS is the fact that we get to go out and enjoy all the great things that come with living in Park City, like snowboarding and skiing. I also really like the fact that we learn important core values to better ourselves and be good people. What I'm most excited about for this season is that I get to go snowboarding with a lot of great people, and my favorite core value is courage, because being courageous means to be brave and overcome any and all obstacles, which takes a lot of courage and bravery. Thank you for having me this year, SOS.
My favorite thing about SOS is that we get to provide connection for youth with their peers and other adults in the mountains.
Make your donation today to SOS Outreach to not only provide unique access to skiing and snowboarding for Park City's underserved youth, but also to support our social emotional learning curriculum to help kids transition the skills naturally learned on the mountain into their everyday lives.
Hi, my name is Medalit Del Carpio. I am a community educator at Planned Parenthood, and I am honored this year to be running for the second time Teen Council in Park City. Through Teen Council, teens get trained to become peer educators, and they become leaders and resources in their community. Teens also gain the skills to become advocates for themselves and for others, and to fight for health equity and social justice. And beyond the educational aspect, Teen Council helps teens expand their social network, and they can create informed friendships that will last a lifetime. Being part of this program has made me a better person. I have learned so much from my teens. Let's hear what they have to say.
I decided to join Teen Council because I believe that comprehensive and full sexual education is really important for every individual to have, and there's many important topics that people don't necessarily learn in their high school sexual education courses.
I support Teen Council because it has made my personal relationships way better, because now I know more about communication, and it's a great resource for young people, young teens, and I have educated myself more being in part of this program.
Hi, my name is Julia. I'm a senior at Park City High School, and I've been on Teen Council for the last 2 years. By donating to this program, you are helping us educate young people all across Utah about things like healthy relationships, consent, racial equity, and some of the most important things they'll ever learn in life. We would really appreciate your help doing that.
I support Teen Council because I want to educate my peers on sexual health information and just make sure that everyone is being as safe as possible. And if I can do that as their friend, I am so excited to be that person for them. And it's just a great space, it's a great environment, and I love learning with all of my friends.
You can support our cause by donating. We promise to continue the education through the good times and the bad times. Thank you for supporting Teen Council. We'll always be here for you.
So that was a look at People's Health Clinic, SOS Outreach, and Planned Parenthood. And right now we're going to take a look at the sponsors for this Healthy Mind and Healthy Bodies. Mike?
One more time, I wanted to give a shout out to the Talisker Club, Brad Olch, Surefoot, Elevated Builders, Lease Corporation of America. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of the Healthy Minds and Bodies Leaderboard. And we've just come to the end of our Power Hour. And with that, I thought it'd be a good time to look into the top 5 on the overall leaderboard list. Number 1, Mountain Trails. Nice work. Number 2, Park City Education Foundation. Number 3, Summit Land Conservancy. 4 is Nuzzles & Co. And 5 is the Peace House. So congratulations to the top 5.
And I just want to say thank you so much to Diego, and thank you so much for Mike for joining me today.
Thanks, Conrad.
I am off right now. You're going to have a much better co-host. E is going to be joining back on for arts and culture right now. But first, I believe we have a video to throw to, so let's take a look at that.
Hi, my name's Clark Gallo, and I'm with Park City Ski and Snowboard School. One of my favorite times of the year is when I get to work with SOS, Snowboard Outreach Society. And the reason I love working with them so much is it's so important that we can get every member of our community out on snow and enjoying this amazing resource we have. So this November, join me and Vail Epic Promise for Live PC, Give PC, so we can help out every nonprofit in our community.
All right, well, welcome back. We're in our very last hour of the live stream, and we are going to dig into the arts and culture leaderboard. But really quickly before, I want to tell you, we're at $2.5 million. We've surpassed last year, and we're at 4,984 donors. We are just a little bit over 500. Yeah, 500 more unique donors. Come on, you guys, talk to all of your friends. Let's use the power of 10. Find 10 new unique donors. and get them to donate. We're going to get there. So let's dig into arts and culture, and we have a very special guest who's on Zoom and waiting for us now. If you haven't heard his voice, you haven't been in Park City long enough. You know who
If you don't know who Randy Barton is, you've been hiding under a rock, I think.
All right, Randy, thank you for joining us.
Mike, how come you get an actual mic? I like that action. I'm more comfortable behind a microphone.
Well, you make it look good, Randy.
And you
Those
make it
rose-colored
sound
glasses.
And you make it sound really good too, Randy. How's it going over there?
Well, you know, with this damn COVID, we were the very first to shut down because we had the ban Mo and we had sold out. People were coming from all around the nation, and so we shut down, and you know, we were able to stay very, very busy through until summer. But since August 15th, we just kind of in the holding pattern. We've been hibernating, but we're back at it, doing some weekly hookups with our fabulous supporters and hosting one-on-one dinners for our pharaohs, which we'll just do until someday, some way, we can put a world-class act back on that stage.
And Randy is the executive director of the Egyptian, and I was personally sad about that Mo show myself, Randy, so I'm hoping that they're...
No Mo.
No Mo.
And arts and culture has been one of those areas that, I mean, really has been hit the hardest with COVID.
It has been hit the hardest, and you think about our town, and it's one of those unique threads that weaves through town, whether it's the Wednesday night shows at Deer Valley or any other night of the week. Frankly, there's some sort of concert somewhere or a show somewhere or at the Egyptian or at Park City Institute, and so they're on full lockdown, unfortunately, because of all of this. In fact, tonight we were supposed to have a concert, and that all got shut down as well because of the heightened COVID situation. And so these guys have really been struggling over the since February, and really need our help right now more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, recreation unites us, but it's arts and culture that really, truly connects us too. Right. Randy, I'm just wondering, you know, how did you talked about how you adapted, and you're doing these one-on-one with the pharaohs. You know, just tell me about that process of how you made that adaptation.
Well, at the very beginning, we were fortunate that we'd gone through somewhat of a technical revolution in that we had all new laptops and we changed our phone system to allow us to answer the phone from anywhere. So we were barely ahead of it. And on the day we had to send everybody home, I told my staff, you know, the thing about this you got to know is it is so easy to shut down and walk away, and it's so hard to get back up on your feet and going. So we luckily got that SBA payroll protection loan. That really helped us, saved us, kept our full staff. We did a robust, marvelous youth theater summer camp program. And then we got together again as a staff, and we all realized we just can't go through the little money we have in the bank account because it's so hard for us to put on a world-class show without the funds. You know, we have to pay deposits to these folks. We have to spend a lot on promotion. I mean, we are a big operation, and our entire staff went on furlough. We've been able to bring 3 of us back at 3/4 pay, and we've not lost any of them out there, and they're hanging on, but we really need to get them back. That's our greatest asset is the people.
Hey, Mike, you really emphasized it. I mean, this is an area that we really need our donors to help out with. They're still doing programs. The Egyptian had a great summer youth camp program, and programs like Park City Film. They've been doing the Twilight outdoor movie theaters, but that is just barely even, they're just in survival mode.
That's right. They're just doing anything to stay out there and give our community what they traditionally give us. And so kudos to all of the organizations that are doing their best to give us some semblance of normalcy throughout the last 8 months. So,
you know, Randy, we just have to thank you so much for persevering and adapting and really thinking out of the box to survive. We need you to stay in this community, and we need all these other nonprofits to stay in this community. I want to ask you one question, because when we were talking about having an interviewee for this leaderboard, people were saying, oh, you got to have Randy, and he will do it because he loves Live PC, Give PC. And I just want to ask you, how deep does that love really run?
I'm so proud of what it's become. You know, it is just astounding that from that one, first year where I don't even know, it was 300,000 to what it is now. And it's lifeblood, like Rap Tax, which thankfully, here's cheers to all you people that voted for Rap Tax. Oh.
I did. I voted for Rap Tax.
I did as well.
It's just tremendous for nonprofits to not put on a big event and worry about who's going to show up and how are you going to get silent auction items and what are you going to do to, enthuse people into donating? And this is just a day that it falls from the sky, and it's just marvelous. Every year we improve, and we're just so fortunate. I've been here so damn long, and people say, "Boy, you must really miss it back in the day." I mean, we were so dirt poor. We were all ski bums, and we were here because we could live in these places for nothing back then. And there was no ability to do what we're doing now with arts and culture. We used to have to travel to Salt Lake to buy underwear and see a concert.
Yeah, indeed. We're so lucky to live in this
Randy.
community. Randy.
I sent you a video. Do we get to see what happened to Pandemic Randy? Did you cue that up? I hope you have it.
I'm guessing you got quite a bit of fodder for the follies.
Yes, and if we had it, I don't know if we can show it.
We could block it out.
Randy, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you have a very busy night, and we really appreciate you being here with us and for everything that you do.
Thank you, Randy.
It's not over till midnight. Our arts and culture people are nighttime creatures. Come out and support us, folks. Love you all. Here's to Park City.
Thanks, Randy. The night is young, is what he's saying.
Apparently.
Yeah, and there's still a few more hours for you to donate, so let's get those donations in. We actually haven't looked at the arts and culture leaderboard, and I really would like to look at that. So let's take a look at the arts and culture leaderboard. Unfortunately, it's a little small.
So
KPCW, yes.
So first off, the Arts and Culture Leaderboard is sponsored by High West, a personal favorite of mine. Usually tonight we'd be at High West, but that's not happening. But we're here, which is fantastic. But the Arts and Culture Leaderboard is KPCW, our local radio station, obviously Mountain Town Music, who again bring music to all of us almost every day of the week. And is it the Park City Film Series?
Park City Film.
Park City Film Series in number 3.
Kimball Arts Center in number 4, and the Egyptian Theater in number 5. And so we have a few videos that highlight, these organizations that bring color and spice into our life. Let's take a look.
I'm Emily Quinn Laughlin, essentially born and raised in Park City. There's a lot of different kinds of art in Park City. There's kind of something for everyone that you can find. A lot of it's here on Main Street, but it's all over town. great thing about the galleries on Main Street and just in Park City in general is that they have like such a wide variety of different kinds of work. Everyone can kind of find something that they connect with. I think it's really interesting to see the way that the city's transitioning even more so towards arts and culture, but it's always been this place where people come to find something precious. The art on the trails, for example, is so profound in that way where people are walking, talking in nature, and then all of a sudden they're brought into this world of ballet or spoken word, poetry. Those are the things that get me really excited. Things that bring people together, because that's at the end of the day, the ultimate goal. Come to Park City and get lost on Main Street and you can find all kinds of amazing art.
We get to come over about every month or so, swing by the Kimball and get your art supplies for the month. And so they have given us pencils and paints and paper and all these things that we're going to need. And then each week on Wednesday, we'll get the link. It's just a real social, happy, relaxing, fun time that you can forget about the rest of the world. We have a very artistic environment around us, and Kimball is the heart of it all.
So that was fantastic, and thanks so much again to all of our sponsors that made this leaderboard possible. I want to thank once again High West Distillery, Julie Hopkins, she's so sweet, Gallery Mar, Maren and Matt are fantastic, Sea to Ski, and Barclay Butera. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to EE to take a look at some of the Instagram posts that we've had hashtag LivePC, all day today.
All right, thank you so much, Mike, and I'm excited to take a look at this. You know, it's no longer Power Hour time, but we know the last Power Hour, we have now surpassed the dollars from last year. So this has been great, tremendous. And here's Dan from the Christian Center of Park City, and it says he loves Live PC, Give PC because it's a day of giving, caring, and loving your community. And it surely is. Continue to give and spread the love. There was something here, and it was in Power Hour time again. We surpassed the dollar goal, but we still need to reach that 5,500 unique donors. So please help us with that. And I want to look at this. There is an inflatable unicorn. This was part of the parade, and we saw a video when we talked to Whitney and Brad Olch earlier in the live stream. But you know, what more can you want than an inflatable unicorn walking throughout the community? Just
Maybe
love
a
it.
unicorn with a Live PC, Give PC shirt on.
In an orange Live PC, Give PC shirt. You're not going to see that often. Very rare sighting of this mythical creature. Let's see what's here. And there is, Diego earlier saw, there's a lot of partying, dancing, parades. It has been an amazing day. We have seen so much happen during the day. We're so excited. We're going to be closing out Live PC, Give PC in a few hours. Mike, you have been a great co-host. I think you might want to consider television in the future. But thank you for joining us in the live stream.
Thank you so much.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Well, we are going to be joined by Katie Wright once again, and we're going to dig into the Environment and Animals Leaderboard next. However, before that, we are first going to hear Get Up. It's a song that was created and composed by Brian Friedman in honor of Live PC, Give PC.
The sun is sunning right outside your door. You hesitate. What are you waiting for? There's no use hiding when the whole world calls your name. What do you fear? You can be part of the change. One is dreaming, one makes the dream come true. Who are you? The more you give, the more you take. Without play. Step outside, what a beautiful day. Everything's moving, keeping right in time. You're doing fine. Instead of standing in the line, take a chance and you will shine. Whoa. So get up and go. Gotta get up and go. I can't stop, won't stop for a moment. The time is right for right now. So get up and go. The more you give, the more you take. Without love, we fade away. So get up and go. You gotta get up and go. Get up and go. Gotta get up and go. Just get up and go. Can't stop, won't stop for a moment. The time is right for right now. Get up and go. Can't stop, won't stop for a moment. The time is right for right now. Get up and go. Can't stop, won't stop for a moment. The time is right for right now. Just get up and go.
Just absolutely love that song, Katie. Welcome back.
Thanks. It's great to be here. In the short amount of time I've been gone, we have passed 5,000 donors and passed $2.5 million. So,
All right.
wow.
We are almost there. 500 more donors.
Yes. Yep. That's the big goal. 5,500 donors, and I know we can get there.
I know we can get there too. And in the last 2 hours, we've also, during this live stream, we've talked through all of those different leaderboards, except for one, and that is the
Environment and Animals leaderboard, one close to EE's heart.
Yes, and of course the animals, I wish we could have another puppy.
Yes.
Here in the studio, but we had Butch Cassidy visit us in the first hour from Nuzzles. But let's talk environment, and I know we have the perfect person to talk environment with us today, and that is Mayor Andy Bierman. Andy, thank you for joining us.
Katie, great to see you both.
Great to see you, Andy.
Great to see you. Andy, hey, I know that environment and climate is very, very dear to your heart. And I also know that Park City is like one of the pioneers. We are leading that effort to get to net zero here in the community. Can you tell us, Andy, how do nonprofits and how do organizations like the Community Foundation support what you are trying to do?
Well, broadly speaking, I always like to say what we do in local government, whether it's the city or the county, is we set up a great baseline. But it's our nonprofits in town that really set us apart. They're the ones that push for personal action, and they're the ones that lean on government to be more progressive and be more aggressive on these issues. And certainly that is the case with the environment. We can set up a baseline at the city. We can do some regulations. We can lead by example by setting aggressive goals and electrifying our fleet, building more net zero buildings, focusing on water efficiencies. But we look to our nonprofits in the community to really take us the next step. There are a lot of great nonprofits out there doing it, and it begins with land preservation. When you look at what Summit Lands and Utah Open Lands are doing, the best way to reduce our footprints to never build it to begin with, to not create that carbon and that impacts. And then you've got Recycle Utah, Swan Reserve, Sage Mountain, the list goes on. All organizations that are working on different aspects of reducing our carbon footprint and taking us towards a better world.
Yeah, there truly are so many great environmental nonprofits here in Park City and Summit County, and there is an ambitious goal. It's, I know, Andy, for you, 2022 for citywide operations and 2030 community-wide for Park City and Summit County. Katie, I know that you have jumped on board, and the Park City Community Foundation has, because last year you started this climate fund. Yes. Why was that an important initiative for you guys?
So what we find is that there's so many people in Park City with really great ideas, and they might be an HOA or a nonprofit. The Park City Climate Fund looks for local ideas that are innovative, that have the potential to be scaled in other mountain towns. So we launched the Park City Climate Fund. We were so lucky to have donors jump in, and we made our first round of grants in February to Recycle Utah, Utah Clean Energy, and Tree Utah, all nonprofits that are participating in Live PC, Give PC today. And they have creative projects that help us march towards that big goal of net zero.
And you're in another round of grants.
We are. We're going to do a second round before the end of the year. I cannot give any more information except to say that the applications are stellar. We have hard decisions to make, and we're just so thrilled with the innovation and generosity of the community.
It is amazing. And I like what you said about how Park City, how we can influence other mountain towns. Because Andy, this is exactly what you and I and some really key people like Luke Harton and Bryn Carey and the entire Park City community, we tried to achieve last year and are continuing to work towards. And that is Mountain Towns 2030, which is getting a coalition of mountain towns together to work on setting aggressive climate goals. Andy, how do you feel towns like ours can influence and make an impact on environment?
That's a great question, E. And you look at a town like Park City, and we're just a small town of 8,000 people year round, but we have over 4 million visitors that come through town. And we're an influencer, frankly. If you go up and down Main Street and you see the chain stores that are on the street and the many that we're turning away at the point, it's because they view Park City as an ideal place for a billboard. They come here to see what we're doing, and they take those ideas home. So our hope is with our climate work that not only can we do stuff that makes us feel good and reduces our footprint here, but it's exportable. It's something that's scalable and replicable and practical that other individuals can come see and other communities can come see. And that was the impetus between Mountain Towns 2030, was to bring about 35 of our peer communities, mostly mountain resorts, to come here and talk about aggressive goal setting and exchange ideas and talk about how we can use our little towns to have an oversized influence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we just saw some photos from Mountain Towns 2030. We had Jane Goodall here and Paul Hawken, and supported by the Community Foundation, of course, to just get the entire community excited and behind this initiative.
Yeah, and besides the Climate Fund, which I view as a success, I'd love to hear from the mayor. What are some of the wins that have come since the Mountain Town 2030 conference, especially in terms of our ability to inspire others?
Yeah, some of the towns that have jumped on board at this point are Crested Butte, Jackson Hole, Missoula, Bozeman. You have Breckenridge and Fraser, both closely behind. I think they're right now considering 2030 net zero goals. And you've got 23 Utah communities that have all committed to 100% clean renewable energy by 2030. And that's not just our most progressive communities in terms of politics, but you got communities like West Valley and Orem that have said there's a real practical reason to convert to renewable energy. And now we see a path. We're going to follow it.
Yeah, and Andy, this is so important. We're sparking change here, and people are setting big goals. And I remember having this conversation. Park City can do this, Summit County can do this, but until we influence others, we will never move the needle on climate change. And so this is why these amazing nonprofits also need this support, because this is long term. They need funding to work on these long-term projects over decades. And hopefully we are gonna get to that goal in 2030, and hopefully we can move to better things after that. Andy, I want to thank you so much for joining us this evening on our live stream, our very first live stream.
Well, I'm happy to fill in for the puppy you couldn't get, but thanks for having me on, and good luck tonight. I continue to be impressed by the generosity in our community, and I really encourage people to continue to give. There are so many great causes out here, and our nonprofits are what make this a great place to live. So have a great evening, and sorry we can't be having a toast at High West tonight, but hopefully next year.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you so much, Andy. That was the mayor of Park City, Andy Bierman. He's always a champion of so many different causes, and especially, the perfect one to champion environment. So we are now going to look at a few videos, Swanner, some of these nonprofits in the Environment Leaderboard, and we're going to start it off with Swanner.
My ancestors settled a lot of the upper Weber River up in the Thousand Peaks Ranch area and up the headwaters of the Weber. And so as a young boy, some of my earliest memories are actually coming up and fishing and hunting along the banks and the canyons up in the upper Weber River Basin. Over time, we've watched the river become more and more developed as one house at a time, stretches of the river have become inaccessible to the general public. We have an opportunity right now to preserve something really special. That opportunity won't last forever.
Holy cats, I think it's a fantastic idea. It'd be fun to have it go all the way through so I could ride up through the river and up the mountain without ever putting a horse in a horse trailer. That would be That would be really ideal.
That river is there for fishermen, for cattlemen, for families. And if we don't look at it and take care of it now, in the years to come, I'm afraid it's not going to be there for our kids and our grandkids. Start crying on that one.
The attraction of Oakley is that it is the country. Everybody wants to be the last person to move in and not have it change. It's nice if there's some way to save the country feeling even as new people move in.
We are at a turning point in planning in Summit County where much of the land in western Summit County and Park City is nearing build out, and a lot of people want to move here. That is going to put a lot of pressure on development in these areas.
The cattlemen need to be protected. Part of the fun of moving to the country is the country. The cattle are here to stay, and they're an important part of it.
I have a deep and abiding respect for the people that built this community. I believe it's our legacy to not only preserve the river, but in a way, we preserve the heritage and legacy of the people who worked it for so many years.
As this great project takes place, there's one thing we really have to be respectful of, and that is everybody's use of property and property rights, and that this has to be a win-win situation for all parties involved.
I think this project will be an example in other areas along other rivers in Utah of what you can do and how people can come together.
Thank you so much to our leaderboard sponsor for Environment and Animals, Lisa and Greg Berglund. We could not make the prizes possible without them. We have other sponsors too, Powder Corporation, Reister, Cole Sports, Ski Butlers, all fantastic local businesses who are giving back and supporting really important causes. We appreciate you so much.
We really could not have done this without all of these amazing sponsors. Of course, we just saw videos from some incredible nonprofits in the environment space. That was Swanner Eco Center, as well as Summit Land Conservancy and Mountain Trails and South Summit Trails Foundation. But let's take a look at that entire leaderboard, the Environment and Animals leaderboard. Top 4, Summit Land Conservancy. Love that organization, and they do so much to preserve open space, which has been so important during this time of COVID for us to be able to go out and hike and just really get that fresh air when we need it. Nuzzles, of course, Butch Cassidy, I think he's going to be mine soon. Recycle Utah. I can't tell you how often I'm there with my cardboard and everything else. Paper products that I want to recycle, and Swanner, of course, Eco Center, that does such a great job in the preserve and also in educating our youth in the area. So now I know we have a very special video.
We do. I want to just remind everyone that our presenting sponsor is Vail Resorts and Epic Promise. And they are so generous, not just with dollars, which is so critical, but also with time. We have lots of committees and task force throughout the Community Foundation, and on almost every one, we have someone from Vail Resorts working and volunteering for us. Meg Steele is the co-chair of Live PC, Give PC, and she has been for a really long time. She is a gem of a human being. She sits on the board of Summit Land Conservancy and just gives so much, like so many employees over there at Park City Mountain. So I would love to watch this video of Meg.
I'm Meg Steele, and I work in the IT department at Park City Mountain. I served on the board of the Summit Land Conservancy and recently joined the Swanner Eco Center board. I support Live PC, Give PC because all my favorite organizations get to participate. Join me and Vail Epic Promise in supporting our local nonprofits this November for Park City's annual Day of Giving.
Here at Recycle Utah, we're keeping our community clean and green. Our services help keep over 50 items out of the landfill and our waterways. We're so excited for Live PC, Give PC that we invited the Park City High School cheerleaders to come help cheer on people on their recycling.
Here we go, recyclers, here we go. Let's go, recyclers.
During COVID-19, we have seen an influx of recycling coming into the center with more online shopping. Your support is needed more now than ever. We can't thank you enough, and please support Recycle Utah during Live PC, Give PC on November 6th.
G-I-V-E. Live PC, Give PC.
That was just such a great group of videos. Start off with Meg Steele. We're so lucky to have people like Meg here in our community. And then we saw like this great variety of videos. One was from 5 years ago, and the most recent was of today. It was the parade.
The excellent parade.
That is going to be an annual thing, right?
Probably.
I don't
Just
think
like
you
the
could take
live
it away
stream.
anymore.
Nope, we are enjoying it all way too much.
Katie, I kind of want to talk about all of these nonprofits. You know, we mentioned before 173 nonprofits, and this is a lot more than in previous years.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And there's all sorts of causes at different schools around town. So everyone has something that they're passionate about, and it's all represented in Live PC, Give PC.
So everyone can find one that you're going to connect with and donate to. But Katie, how does somebody choose?
Yeah, I think that you start first and foremost with your passion. So what ignites you? Maybe it's theater or live music or something that just has fed your soul your whole life. The other thing that I like to think about is like, what keeps you up at night? Are you concerned about housing? And perhaps you want to learn about Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust. Or have you read about lack of healthcare access for some of our hospitality workers? And maybe you want to look into People's Health Clinic or Connect Park City. So I think that there are ways of thinking about, you know, what feeds your soul, and then also what you're concerned about and want to see different and changed and progress in the world. And that's how I approach my giving.
That's such a great way to talk about it and to help somebody process through all of those 173 nonprofits. You know, I really want to help our viewers understand, you know, the role that the Community Foundation serves in all of this, in terms of, you know, working with these nonprofits and also ensuring that they're all kind of like these great options to donate to. And also, I know you serve these nonprofits as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So our mission is to really tackle Park City's toughest challenges. And we believe in our heart of hearts that nonprofits are the soul of this community. So it's really important to us to provide services so that they can achieve their mission. We have nonprofit education that we do all year round. We switched it over to Zoom when we couldn't gather in person. And we actually just did a 2-day conference about how to create more equitable organizations. We have things like Live PC, Give PC that allowed nonprofits to connect to new donors. You know, at the beginning of all this, we felt like it was kind of the same group of people and the same group of nonprofits, yet our town was growing and changing. So how can we introduce people to all the good things that are happening and let them build those relationships and find their passions?
And so it sounds like to me that you're helping nonprofits keep ahead of the game as well. For sure. Yeah?
Yeah, when we started this, none of us even had Facebook pages. So yes, we've tried that as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure that support means so much to them. Let's take a look at this video of the very important work that the Community Foundation is doing.
Park City is an amazing place to be. We're all lucky to be here. By supporting nonprofits, we're showing our love for community. At Park City Community Foundation, we really believe that when you give together, you can have a bigger impact.
Right from day one, we said we have to grow the resource pie, not divide the resource pie. So the whole idea of philanthropy, I think that's been a big thing that the Community Foundation has really stressed. Not just giving to this organization or that organization, but the idea of giving and giving back. That's so important to the community.
Just by its nature, Community Foundation helps balance inclination and need in a better way. That's an amazingly powerful tool, I think, for a community like this that has such a disparate bunch of community citizens, locals, visitors, part-timers, new community members. It's a way for people to know that they're making a contribution to their community in a way that's been validated, given the stamp of approval by people whose job it is to make sure that that's what's happening.
How apt that it's called the foundation, because really what they do is they provide a foundation for us, for all the nonprofits to grow from.
We've had tremendous feedback from the nonprofit community about the impact that the Community Foundation has on their daily operations, their programs, and their mission.
They help the nonprofits in this community in an amazing way through the grants, through Live PC, Give PC, through the roundtables that they host for executive directors and for other nonprofits. And I am amazed by what the Community Foundation does for Park City.
That word community within their name is so important. They act as a hub for us, a connector, and a connector of the importance of nonprofits within our community.
No matter what, we all can learn from one another, and that is something that the foundation fosters. You know, we all have different skills and different expertise and meet different needs in the community, but we really all can learn from each other and work together.
They're very, very enthusiastic about doing anything they can to improve Park City as a whole. And whether it's talking about doing something in the schools, or doing something with a no-kill animal shelter, or building more trails for hikers, they know a ton about every bit of it and can really help a donor fine-tune where they might want their money to go.
It's such a joy when I can connect that donor who has a particular passion with a nonprofit that I know is doing really good work, so that everyone feels like we're in this together, that we know what our passions and our dreams are, and we know how best this dollar should be implemented in the community. And making that connection between the donors and the nonprofits is one of the best parts of what we do at the Community Foundation.
You know, we all have our passions, but when you go to the Community Foundation, you know that they treat every organization exactly the same. If you want to know that your money is managed well and you want to feel good about your gift, it's a great place to put your dollars.
Our whole staff and our board members are here for you. We're experts in the nonprofits of Park City. Our role is to listen to the nonprofit organizations and the people they serve and advocate for what they need.
The Community Foundation helps those organizations not only raise money, but build their own capacity to govern themselves and to spend their money wisely.
The organization has been incredibly well run. One of the benefits that a community foundation provides to donors and to the community is a little bit higher level of capital management responsibility. We've got an incredibly powerful board of directors. We've got very sophisticated investment committee level people.
The advantages of giving with the Park City Community Foundation is really maximizing your impact. We are able, through collaborative giving programs like the Women's Giving Fund and Live PC, Give PC, to take your dollar and turn it into $5.
We talk about that as a philanthropist, if you can make a difference in one person's life, that's a phenomenal success story. And I think if anyone spent the time to research and do a little studying of the Park City Community Foundation and all the things that we touch and all the things that we help create, we're not just touching a life, we're touching many lives, and we're affecting a community in a very real way.
They don't look just at one nonprofit, one area, but they look at the community as a whole. They put it all together and weave the fabric.
Whether you spend a week here every year or 3 months or you live here full time, we all love Park City, and nonprofits is the heart and soul of this community. And that's the mission of Park City Community Foundation, to support nonprofit organizations and keep this community vibrant, unique, and wonderful.
That video just shows how important and how deep the work is that you and the entire team at the Park City Community Foundation does, like, for our community. You're truly like the heartbeat of this community, Katie. So I want to start by saying thank you for all of the hard work. And I know the Community Foundation was founded 13 years ago.
Yes.
So there is quite a long history.
There truly is.
And I know that you've been working with many of these nonprofits. Well, you've been working with all of these nonprofits, and you've helped them develop over the years. We have a couple of great guests. It's actually the first executive director of the Park City Community Foundation, Tricia Worthington, and we also have Charlie Sturgis from Mountain Trails joining us on Zoom to talk about this storied history of the Park City Community Foundation. Charlie, Tricia, thank you for joining us.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Really good. Tricia, you going to sign in there?
Hi, Charlie. How are you? I haven't seen you in forever.
It's really good to see you. I'm glad to see you came out of the dark there.
I know. Sorry.
First of all, Charlie, congratulations. I think once again you are at the top of the all nonprofit leaderboard.
Yes.
Well, let me just say thank you, and we'll stay humble with that. It's a huge responsibility, I think, what Mountain Trails feels like we have to do in the community, and definitely this year, a little weird, 2020, that people were out there a lot, and it was really great to see. So we are very, very thankful, and certainly take the responsibility seriously.
Charlie, is that 10 years in a row that you were at the top?
First year, we missed it.
You did?
Well, yeah, okay, we have to go back, so we're going to do a little storytelling, right?
Yes, please do.
Good.
Take it away.
So, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure I've told you this, Tricia and Katie at one time, that when we first, 2010 was my first year in the world of nonprofit. So,
Okay.
I only took the job at Mountain Trails in May. And really, previous to that, I was a hardcore capitalist. So, but, when you guys first said that you're going to do this project, I don't know if you remember this, but I was like, okay, here's a couple of really nice young women, and they got all this energy, and they're all balled up about this whole idea about raising this amount of money. And I'm like going, wow, who does that? And how? And I can remember, I was just thinking about it today, we were sitting in that conference room in the old Deer Valley Commons building going, well, this is how we're going to do it. This is what the name's going to be. And then like going, okay, right? So anyhow, the fact that it's stuck and we're here 10 years later and it's improved every year is a testimonial to what both you and Katie and a number of others knew that I did not know. So I have to say, job well done, and the legacy is incredible.
Charlie, I have to admit that I also was like, really, we're gonna do this? But Tricia had this idea, and she was my boss, so I said, all right, let's go for it. Tricia, where did you get the idea to have a giving day?
So, in complete transparency, I completely copied the idea from another community. I grew up in Minneapolis, and Minnesota was actually one of the very first states to do a community giving day, and it was called Give to the Max Day. And I had watched it from afar because I was living in Park City, and I saw it, do well and grow every year. And, just knowing our community and how, people like Charlie who are kind of willing to just take a risk and try something new. And I just feel like everyone kind of did what you did, Charlie. All of the community nonprofits just kind of got on board. And
we had a fearless leader,
Oh no, there was a lot of fear. I don't know.
you carried it well, so.
Yeah, but that's really how it all came about. We really just mimicked what Minnesota was doing. We used the same platform they were using, and this community just jumped on board. The community of nonprofits is really where the credit, because that's where it started. Is everyone had enough faith or enough, were willing to take a risk and try something new, and we got lucky and it worked. And Katie, yes, I was excited about the idea, but Katie is a master at community organizing and marketing, and the idea kind of came, but Katie, I feel like, is really the one that sold it to the community and made it happen.
I'm just so curious. I see the three of you. You all have so much history with the Community Foundation, and we've been talking about this tremendous growth and development over the last 10 years for Live PC, Give PC, and 13 years for the Community Foundation. What is it about this community? Why do we have so many nonprofits? Like Katie or Charlie?
Well, I'll say that Randy Barton, who was on earlier, thinks it is a point of pride, because if a community is beloved, then people want to jump in and make it even better and work for it. So he wears it as a badge of honor, and I think we all should. But I think that many of us chose it here, and that's why we give our time and resources. I don't know. What do you think, Charlie and Tricia?
Trish, go ahead.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay. I think it's been a combo of the beauty of a small town, the fact that everyone cares about one another, and that as town has been growing a lot, since 2010, and kind of almost at too amazing of a level, that people kept kind of just being drawn into it. Like Tricia said, Katie does a great job mastering the community, and I think there's no question that she does a great job with it. So I think maybe a combination of things just made it blossom, So maybe we got a little lucky along the way, right? But on the other hand, there was so much going in favor of it that it's hard to believe. Here we are 10 years later talking about it and doing it at the levels we're doing it.
And I think that, the initial campaign that we put together was really about how nonprofits enhance our life. And, talking about how we, things that we love about Park City and take advantage of are really powered by the nonprofit community, and really educating everyone on that, the trails, the open space, the free music, you name it. And, I think that campaign, really got people's attention and made people think about how their lives are better because of our nonprofit community.
I totally agree. It's these nonprofits that make Park City such an amazing place to live. I want to thank you, Charlie and Tricia, for joining us. Charlie, I'm so happy that your dog could join us in this interview.
I was going to say, this is one of the reasons. Here she is, 15 years old, and she was going to start barking if I didn't pick her up. But
I bet she's on a lot of those trails.
Dogs are a big part of the success, right? So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Tricia, for starting this all off, some 10, 13 years ago.
Thank you both.
You guys have been amazing. And of course, thank you, Katie, for carrying the torch from Tricia. All right, we have a video, and this is from 2011. So it was from the second year of Live PC, Give PC. It's called Just Another Day.
Good morning. This is KPCW, your community voice.
And that video was not called Just Another Day. It was called Another Great Day, because it is not just another day. It is a very special day. So Katie, just in, we are at 5,277 donors.
Wow.
We are, what I have to do quick math in my head, 223 donors to go.
Yep.
Come on, you guys, dig deep, spread the word, tell your friends. Let's get those 200 plus donors, and we're at 2.782 million. I mean, absolutely extraordinary. This is amazing.
We have blown away last year's record, and the night continues. We're going to go until midnight, not here at the live stream, but on our website, so you can continue to give until midnight.
Yes, there's only 4 more hours to give. Katie, we could not have done this without our sponsors.
So true. Once again, I want to thank our presenting sponsor, Vail Resorts Epic Promise, who gives with their full heart. Their staff jumps in with their time, and they make some of our prize money possible. We just are very grateful to them.
Amazing generosity. And we want to thank all of our donors who've donated today, as well as all of these sponsors that you're seeing here on the board. You have all been amazing in championing this cause and really being behind the success of this 24 hours of giving. I also want to thank PCTV, who has been absolutely amazing being our media sponsor. Danielle and her team have really gone above and beyond to host us here. So thank you so much, PCTV. And wow, I mean, in the very end, who do we want to thank the most? It's you, all of the viewers here who are joining us tonight. It has really been a pleasure. It's been so much fun. It's been fun being your co-host, Katie.
Well, thank you, EE. I have a lot to learn from you in co-hosting, but it's been a blast, and I can't thank PCTV enough. They have made this really amazing for us.
Absolutely. All right, well, you can still go to Live PC, Give PC to put in your last donations over the next few hours. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
It gives people that moment of like, wow, what would town be like without all these great nonprofits? You know, how the love can just jump up and how contagious it can be.
The more you give, the more you take. Without love, we fade.
It's about the we and what all of us do.
So get up and go.